Alright, I think we're live now. Okay, so for warnings for people who are watching the VOD, I'm gonna play some loud music for a second. It's a little idea I've been playing around with, so we're gonna do that real quick until people start showing up to the VOD, and then we're just gonna get into game deving today. But I've been playing this idea so much, and we just gotta get it down. Alright. Alright, so there's that track, there's that, and then we're just gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. And there's the idea for today. So for anyone watching VODs, and Kieran, hello, there's a little audio Easter egg for now. But yeah, we're gonna see what happens to the idea. If it ends up into a song for the game, or if it just remains an idea. Either way, dude, this has been fun. All right, we're just gonna delete this, and we're gonna actually start doing some real game deving today. Also, thank you, Daryl Compton. I'm glad you dig it. I've been in a very guitar mood lately. So I've been learning a lot of OSTs and stuff like that. Even Penny's Big Breakaway, I've been jamming. It's crazy. That game has the best music, dude. It really does. It really, there's a song there's two songs I've been listening to. There's one in particular that just has the crazy, not crazy, but just fun chord progressions and chord movements that it's just in my brain, man. From the late 90s. Yeah, that's the vibe we're going for, man. That's the vibe we're going for. That's the vibe. I'm not sure if this vibe we're going for, but it's just fun. It's something different. Maybe it'll fit for this. Let's close this right now. Yeah, but Penny's Big Breakaway has some crazy, not crazy, but just really fun progressions that you can just do stuff with. Seriously, the soundtrack for the game is super slept on. Let me also load up, let's load up our application code. I had to unsubscribe the chat. Wait, what? YouTube is so weird, man. There's been a lot of issues where people can't get notifications either. You had to unsubscribe to chat. That's wild, man. I'm not even in follow only mode either. Yeah, I'm not in that mode. I don't think so, at least. So I don't know why that would be an issue. Plays guitar, plus does coding. Nah, it's not that. I feel like there's a lot of programmers I know who do a lot of audio stuff. You'll be surprised how much some ideas kind of translate to just, in a weird way, code. When it comes to music production, or music, playing songs, a key really is just a hash set, a weighted hash set. Whereas different degrees have different weights and probabilities of occurring, and usually there's a higher probability of the 2, 5th, and 1s, resolving back to a 1. And then once you understand that, then you're okay, and then it's actually it's a hash set of hash sets, because you have a set of notes and their probabilities, and then even for those notes, there's a set of different chords that can occupy that, right? So in a weird way, it's the way I think about it is you have a hash set, and this is your scale, right? And then within that hash set, we have like some kind of data structure in here. construct, I don't know, a note within a scale, and then that note would have like a hash set, another hash set, to like different chord types. Let's say like enum chords. And it wouldn't even just be that. It would be like a weighted probability of that. So it'd be like, what, weighted, item, chance. Like, that's the way I kind of think about it, right? It's very much like this kind of data. It's kind of like this weird structure where there's probabilities attached to it. I mean, it's more than that because like there's things that are very contextual and things don't always abide by that, or maybe you're trying to go somewhere else so you break some of the rules. But like that's kind of weirdly how I kind of think about it. In around 10 to 15 minutes, I think I done. It's all right, Red XFOs. You have a go, man. But yeah, that's sort of like how you figure it out. Like when you learn any song, you start with the basic foundational note, the root notes, or the bass movement, and then like once you understand the bass movement, you can kind of figure out what chords are filling that out. Because like it's at the end of the day, like usually it's either major, minor, and then in the weird cases diminished. Like, I mean, once you understand major and minor chords, like just know the fingerings, it's very easy to just fill them out. Like, okay, I'm not trying to turn this into a music lesson. I really don't want to, but like it's really how it is. Like it's. Let's plug this back in. Let's plug this bad boy back in. Like if you know a major chord and a minor chord, that's enough to start building out something. Where if you have a major scale, that, then you go, oh, okay, you learn your scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then, let me lower down the gain a little bit. The gain. But then if you understand, okay, really a major is only the difference between on the 1, 2, on the third. It's either a major third or a minor third. So you take this simple scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you start figuring out, okay, this is the major at first, it's a major. Second, minor third, or not minor third, yeah, major fourth, major fifth, and then you have your stuff there. So if you listen to a song and you figure out the bass movement, oh, it's going from like 6 to a 2 to a 5 until 1, then you can figure out the chord from there. If it's a 6, it's going to be diminished, and then 2 is minor, and then 5 is major, and 1 is major. That's all it is, man. That's all it is. So like, okay, we're not gonna do a music theory thing today. It's not a music theory. We're gonna do some real work today, guys. But just like for example, Penny's Big Breakaway. You're gonna hear this like crazy section. You're like, okay, how would you even learn how to play that? Like, okay, is it? Okay. Well, what is this? It sounds so great. Like, how would you even go about playing like the chords for that? Okay, here we're gonna start with the simple first stage. You listen for the root notes. So we're gonna go back. And 1, and then it repeats. Okay, and if you know that stuff, then you start figuring out, okay, what the adjacent chords are, and you can build it out. Once you understand the bass movements, you can start fleshing it out. I'm trying to adjust my gain. And you get the idea. So you start with the roots, and then you figure out if each root note is a major or minor. It's a 50-50 chance, and then bam, you have the chord progressions for a song. That's all she wrote. That's how you do it, man. That's how you learn how to play a song by ear. I mean, it's easier said than done, but that's like really the 5 things or the 2 things you do, or 3 things you do. Question: how do you figure out and know where you set up with the art style you choose on a game you made? So that's very interesting. Also, my audio is very low. My bad, guys. Also, I feel like my audio just sounds different today. I don't know. Something about my mic doesn't feel the same. Maybe I'm just crazy. But I don't know. It's art direction is very much tied to kind of this, for me, because I'm a solo developer, I'm kind of limited by my art style. So a lot of my games kind of end up having a lot of the same things. But if you're going to have a lot of freedom in terms of what you want to do, as far as visuals are concerned, I would recommend making a mood board. I'd recommend making a mood board and kind of making a list of the different types of medias or games or movies you want to take inspiration from, and then kind of going from there. When I worked with a bigger team, that's what we did. We'd have a PowerPoint slide that's just literally a bunch of images pasted on there with all the different references of styles and media that we like, that we want, that we feel captures the essence of the game, and then go from there. Beyond that, it's just a matter of taste. And really just a matter of taste at that point. Beyond that. You thinking too pragmatically? Man, you got it. Nah, I'm good, man. That's the way I think. That's the way I intuitively work and operate. And it works for me, man. 8-bit music too? Nah, we're doing like some Sega Genesis stuff, but I'm going to use I'm going to be using a lot of tracks I've made previously for other projects that didn't really pan out. And, I mean, there's one game specifically made to be for a racing game. But, aside from that, everything else is, yeah. Let's go to Newgrounds real quick. Yeah, there we go. First principles. Yeah, it's some of the basics of music theory. For a beach setting, let's go. Let me see. I want to try playing this game, and then is this right game running? Can I choose? Can I select? Is Unity domain not reloading? Load.domain. Okay, thank you. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at what we have from last time. We have something pretty cool. We have some movement. So we have application flow. So we can go from one type of part of the application to another, and we can hit stuff and then eventually die. Boop, 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 boop. And then we die, we go back here to the garage, and then we can go back, and let me see how this feels. Oh yeah, this fits. This fits. This is perfect for the game. Let's go. Okay, I suck at the game, but whatever. We have to add some heads-up displays, because this is not good enough. Let's go. Yeah, I suck. At least I can see what's happening from around. Yeah, we need to add the heads-up display. I think that's the first thing we need to... Maybe not the first thing, but that's one of the major things we have to implement today. That's one of the major things we have to implement today. So let's actually make some basic to-dos beyond just some of the adding the shop system. I want to complete the game loop today. That's one of the major things, completing the game loop. So not only having the garage and transition between here and the gameplay, but we also want to have the shop be available. In fact, let's just do this in here. And we're going to have a complete game loop That's one of the higher priority ones. Beyond just that, we also want to add, and I think it might be even higher above here. We want to do the heads-up display, and we want to do a thing where we have to have UI to indicate the status of your vehicle, because I think it's going to suck for you as a player if you can't see, like for our first playtest session, it's going to suck if you can't see the state of your vehicle, the state of your brakes, and other things like that. So I think we're going to try to figure out what's going on here, or how we want to display that, or just having some kind of basic display, and then we can do a proper wireframe to understand what's going on. And then we can move on to having the game loop and the ability to select your components of your vehicle. I think that's going to be very simple, the most straightforward way of going about this, and yeah, I think we should be good there. I think that should be how the cookie crumbles. Maybe an idea to add for later, but when you hit something, you can have it mess up the music or play a record scratch sound. We'll see. Part of that's me depend on the aesthetic we go for. And when I mean aesthetic, it's not like just like general vibes, but also it's like the entire presentation and everything that's not mechanics. Idea for background and F&F. Let's go. Yeah, I like this a lot. Yeah, this very not cyberspace, but what's the thing called? Not cyberpunk. What is that thing? Like that Macross type aesthetic. Vaporwave. Yeah, it'll be cool having a vaporwave kind of environment at some point. Okay, so let's think about this vaporwave. Thank you, Morgan. Come in clutch. Oh my goodness, what is this? Why does he have an eye on his laptop? What is this? Is this Pumpkin? Yeah, it's Pumpkin. I feel scared with this eye here. Okay, you guys can't see it. All right. So let's think about this. So I think a simple thing to work with right now would be the UI icon stuff. Or actually, we need to think. Oh man. Okay, we have to do a couple things here. Yeah, because if we do the shop, we're gonna have to deal with the hermetic Bezier formula, which I think should be straightforward, hopefully. But at the same time, I can see that task getting out of hand and requiring to go back to the archives and the scrolls to get the information we need should the math not work out. So until we do that, yeah, we're gonna do the simple UI things. Let's not waste too much time thinking. Let's just get to work. Level. Wow, just level. It's actually just straight up level. Cool. That seems pretty rad to me. I mean, one thing aside from just adding a heads-up display, because the heads-up display, like, sure, you can kind of react to that. I wonder if we keep changing the camera angle to be more and more extreme, if maybe that might compensate. We might end up, but then like at a certain point, we might end up just having to use a different kind of presentation. Because if we have the camera angle more to the side, we're not gonna it's gonna feel like a very different game than where we started off with. But maybe we need to do that just to make a good game, right? Who knows? Let's keep experimenting a little bit. I'm going to duplicate this camera. We're going to disable it, and we're going to keep working with this bad guy. Rotate it some more. What is the preview? Is the character still in the shot? No. I still want to capture the essence of the OG game. So, is this on pivot? But no, it's in global space. It's global space. Okay, yeah. So we do this. Make increase FOV to be ridiculous or something. Okay, so this is like closer. Oh my goodness. This is much more oriented onto the the player. I can see more though. Like I feel like I'm not being as reactive, and more I can kind of just see it a bit more, and we still get to have the same kind of view of the character. Yeah, like I feel like I'm less getting blindsided here and more actually anticipating what's coming up ahead. Yeah. Okay, maybe this is the move, dude. Maybe this is the move. Though the perspective for the character does feel a little odd. A little odd, not jarringly odd, but still kind of odd. Okay, we got hit for the first time. That's so much better than like what we were doing before, where we're just getting hit consistently just because we couldn't see stuff. Oh my goodness, and this feels so trippy as well. I love it. Oh, brother. Okay, we're sticking with this camera. I might keep tweaking it a little bit, but yeah, like we got to the end with just getting hit like 2 or 3 times. Not bad. We still need to fix this because our delta cylinder space calculations are not working. I should really call it cylinder space. That would be more descriptive of the coordinate system we're using here. But yeah, dude, this is freaking awesome, man. This is so freaking cool. This actually genuinely does feel better. Maybe if I play around with the FOV as well. Like, we tweak it a little bit. Right now we're at like 56, right? So what if we do a little bit higher, like 70? How does that feel? That feels... What? Okay, let's just try this out. Hey, what's up, Morgan? So higher FOV, we can see more of the environment as well. It almost feels like too much though. Also, I might get rid of the linear interpolation for the hazard texture so that we can have clear lines and not blurry lines. Because it feels like blobs instead of discrete hard edges. That should be pretty simple. I think it's just within the board. Game board manager. Can we set the interpolation mode here? What did I just say? The interpolation mode here. So we have the radius. We have the texture 2D we create here. And we don't set any parameters. Board state. Interpolation. Or blend mode, I think. No, not blend mode. Filter? Nearest neighbor is what we want to need. Or no, point. I think point. That is the same thing as nearest neighbor. Yeah, block you up close. That's fine. That's exactly what we want. So if we do this, we're going to have less blobby looking hazard warnings, and it's going to look more like pixels. Like squares. Yeah, there we go. Oh. But yeah. Okay, that's cool. Very trippy, though. Also, you know what? I think I might have the line for what. Oh, you know what we could do? We can have like we're showing where the player is, like in terms of the hitbox right here with the yellow. But we can have another effect where it shows which grid the player is currently on, and have it be like highlighted when you move or enter or exit it. That would be a really cool effect. So it's like you can see, or maybe not even the grid, but we can have like some kind of effect extend outwards from the player. So that you can kind of have a better gauge of like where horizontally on this line are they lining up. Because the grids kind of help, but they're also kind of don't. Because it's too much, and it's too much. It's just kind of hard for you to do that math in your brain. But if we have like a thing to indicate where the player is on the y-axis, or in the on the cylinder, what row they are in, I think we can have that'll help readability a lot more. Which shader is it? It's here, this one. And we have this fragment shader. Nice. From Mordor, my lord. Glad to have you back from Mordor. Hopefully the ring got disposed as well. And hopefully you're not missing a finger, but sometimes sacrifices are needed. Hello, developer. Hello, Oliver Dive. Glad to have you here. Okay. Let's get this game done, guys. So you have to try UV. Hazard map, road map. So do we do the player highlighting? We're doing that at about... Where are we? Where's the player? Here we go. Player bounds. So if we have this conditional to see if the player is within a certain distance, we draw that, and that's fine. We can also do another conditional if... I mean, I hate doing conditionals in fragment shaders, but it's not the end of the world, really. But it still bothers me a bit. But we want to see if the player is on the same y-coordinate as this fragment. I think that's what we're trying to do. So if i.world position dot y minus player world position dot... Oh my, it's the same thing of like, we can't use a single coordinate because the player's on a cylinder, so the x, the y, and the z can be different. Okay, we can check to see if the y and z components and the magnitude of difference between those are significant enough. Because if they're relatively close in the z-y plane, then that's close enough, right? So, you know what? Maybe we should use this coordinate factor for doing our delta change instead of angles. That might be the solution for our delta offset, is using the z-y coordinates as opposed to using, like, deriving the theta value or the angle value and then using that for our angular velocity. Oh, I don't know. Let me just open up my little candles to make me feel better. They have the nice smelly scent. Also, you guys are not having the cool windy effect there. There we go. Anywho. Okay, so we have our y. Let's just calculate this. Float zy delta is going to be equal to this, just to make readability a bit easier. And then magnitude or absolute value, or no, distance. Bad calculation, sure, but it's whatever. It's not that big of a deal. You can do like squared distance, but weird distance squared, but there's weird stuff that comes from that. And it has to be a float too, because we're subtracting the components. Distance, or no, magnitude actually is what we're looking for. Do you have to use, is there no magnitude? Do you have to just do distance? And then what? It requires two things. So what? Do we just do distance between this and float? Oh, maybe, it's length, I think. Length, there we go. So if the length of this vector is less than, let's say like a parameter of like 0, in world space, like less than half a unit, I think, is a good indicator. Then we would also return this value of yellow times our hollow texture. Okay, so now you see this yellow bar kind of hovering over where the player currently is. So you can kind of like, you can kind of just play by looking over here and not at your character. Maybe make that a little thinner. Or maybe have it thin out the more, like the bigger the X value is, or the bigger the delta on the... Oh, you know what we can do? We can do delta, just delta. And we can just do X, Z, Y here. And we can keep this just straight up. Oh, 1 second. S, Z, Y, delta. Just call this delta G. And then, cool, we have this. And then, likewise, we can take the delta of the Z on the X component and change this value here so that up close it's like it's that, but then the further away it goes, the smaller it gets, and we're gonna do delta 1 divided by delta X, so that, and an absolute value of X, of delta X, so that the further away delta X is, the more this starts shrinking down. Okay. This is not happy so far. Is it still gonna be mad at me? It feels like it's mad at me. Greetings. Hello, Narukami. Okay, so this is not it. This is not the thing. This is not happy. Something has gone critically wrong. Critically wrong. Size or condition is going to equal to, or I guess threshold would be a better term. Question that anyone is free to answer. So what does resolution do to a game, and how major are the changes between different resolutions? Resolutions are very impactful, especially when it comes to like UI. Sometimes, if you have UI that's fixed resolution, that means the bigger your resolution, even if it's a 16:9 screen, the bigger it is, the smaller your UI is going to appear. So that's one thing. Even if you make it, if you scale it proportionally, then okay, that's going to be pretty consistent. But then resolution may, the ratio may change how UI is organized, where you might have some UI components anchored to the bottom left and others to the left, right, and some to the center. And you know, if the resolution is very weird or wonky, you could break those things. That's like something that can happen. Condition. So 0.5 times 1 divided by this, and is it mad because it's like compiling 0 sometimes? Okay, what is the error here? What am I doing wrong? No matching for one parameter intrinsic function for length. What do you mean? Invalid subscript ZY. So it doesn't like that subscript. Oh, because nope. Oh, because it has to be a float 3. And all our problems go away. Beautiful. And we have this crazy star pattern emerging, which is not great. So maybe not that. Maybe not that. Why is that happening? Length YZ or ZY. And then condition is what? 0.5 times 1 divided by... Okay. And then we should have like a max enforcement of the size here so that it doesn't go below a certain threshold and cause weird things to happen. So we can have like 0.1 F or something. Okay, that doesn't seem to have changed anything, so I don't think the issue is due to that. But hey, we can at least see the end of it, so we can... Oh, I guess we could do some clamping. Why did I stop it? We can keep recompiling in HLSL code. But yeah, we can have a math min as well. Yeah, I think that's the other thing. So we, instead of doing this, let's clamp. Yeah, clamp. I forgot how clamping works. Which one's value? You don't produce anything helpful here, do you? No, you don't. So we're going to do something else. We're going to go to my clamp01 function in my library. And value, lower, upper. Beautiful. So clamp is just value, which is this. Perfect. And then we do lower, which is 0.1. And then upper, which is 0.5. And that should fix our problems here. Okay. Well, that looks a bit odd, if I'm going to be honest with you, but hey, that's pretty cool. And it still helps us kind of gauge where we're at from far away. But it's distracting very close up, but yeah. Maybe inverse is not great because it gets proportionally way bigger when you get over here. So maybe you should have some different kind of coefficient or some different type of operator for doing this. What's up, Kappa? Code in Lua so badly. How long do you think it will take for a beginner? Lua? Why? What do you want to do with Lua? Thank you, Kuro. But yeah, it takes it depends what you're trying to do, man. It really depends because you can there's some goals that you can achieve pretty quickly if you're using a link like Lua or something, right? But then there's certain goals that hey, it's going to be a year's journey. But I think the better thing is just to try finding out for yourself, man. If you want to learn it, learn it. Start Googling. Start trying to make the thing. Do the basics and then crawl your way until you get there. Then 3 days ago, yeah, for real, Game Assassin. We're coming along. Application flow. We have some architecture underlying stuff built in too that we need to still start integrating. In fact, I really should start doing that. So we can start using the actual game engine components. Use the proper engine parts system for passing in the objects you're using. But yeah, this term is where the funky, weird stuff is happening. This 0, 1 divided by absolute value. So what do we do here? We can try doing like a linear interpolation. So instead of a clamp and then this, we can instead do like a lerp and have this term be like, I don't know, the distance in absolute terms. And some like max distance value like 100 F. Like you only be like 100 meters away. And then outside of that, just gonna be 1 or something. And that's going to be our P value. And the values we interpolate from our lower bound. And then our upper bound, which is 0.5 F. And then the smaller the distance, the more it's going to be 0.5 F actually. And then otherwise it's going to be this. And then why are you mad at me? Okay, there we go. So we can do this instead. And now instead of having this like exponential creep up, we instead start having this linear line. So we're going to have like this trapezoidal thing. So instead of this, now we're going to have this. Okay, maybe you have to lower the term a little bit. Or yeah, make this like 50 meters or something. Okay, better. 20 meters. Okay, that's too small now. Let's do 50 meters. Okay, let's do like 80. No, 75. No, 80. And then maybe make this be... The slope is very gradual. It's very, very gradual. So at 80 meters, it should be like 0.1 meters, and then up close it's like half a meter. Or 0.01 meters, and then up close it's half a meter. Maybe we can have it fade in transparency as well. That could be a thing too. It's like oh, you know what we can do? No, the teardrop thing was weird because of the things, the behavior too close to the player. That's where things get odd. But let's add this factor to it. We can add this alpha value to here so that it's like it fades out further. But no, that's going to defeat the point. So what do we do instead? We can have it fade out the closer you are so that... Yeah, we can do that. So we can make this be... We're going to decompose this into functions. But we're going to do like delta.x. In fact, we're going to be using this term a lot. Distance. Or maybe you want to have the sign distance. This is a delta between what? The player's current position and here. So that will be a negative value. We can just change this to be here so that we have a positive value instead, so we know which way intuitively we are. So to learn Lua and Roblox, it will take 6 months or so. I don't know, man. Trixel, you have a name that's my old handle. That's pretty, or it's similar to my old handle. It's gonna take the time it takes, man. Like even like an experienced programmer trying to predict how long tasks can take can vary quite a lot, and can have a significant amount of errors to it. So like, there's a lot of unknowns about your circumstance and situation, so I can't in good faith give you kind of an estimate. All I can do is encourage you to just do it, try it, and see what works. Try getting an object to work in Roblox, or to move, or to be puppeteered, or try setting up some basic game rules. Or a simple project you could do is just having like a game where there's a start and end goal, and then there's an entity in the middle that tries to block you. I think even just doing that can be very helpful. It can be a good starting point. And then if it hits you, you start back to the beginning. And then if it doesn't hit you, you make it and get to the end. And congratulations, you did the thing. But yeah, I think that even that could be of good value. Maybe you keep this distance clamped, because we don't need anything beyond the player, so we can just do clamp 0, 1 on this. And then instead of doing this business, we can just do distance. And then we can just do distance divided by 80, I guess. Okay, it's very faint. Never mind. Oh, it's appearing behind us? What? Why is that happening? Is it because we changed the ordering? Player is the final. Oh, I had it right the first time. Never mind. I actually had it right the first time around. I was just being a little goofy. I was just not underestimating. I just didn't read the thing. Okay, there we go. And then it gets more prevalent the further away we go. Maybe change this to be closer by. This might be helpful if we do this. This business here. And then have the opacity get a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. Oh, wait a second. I clamped this to be a 0-1 range. I'm dumb. I should have done min this and 0. My bad, max. Okay. There we go. It looks like we're shooting a laser beam. Maybe we should offset it by a little bit. Yeah, maybe we should do like player distance minus a little bit more. Like player distance minus float 3, 0. Let's do like maybe a meter would be good. Yeah. It really does look like we're shooting a laser beam out though. That's not the best. We can maybe do, to differentiate that, maybe we can have it like be locked to the row so it only illuminates the row you're currently on instead of illuminating exactly where the player is. And then maybe we should have some fading. Yeah, if we do that, then I would approach this very differently. It would be the whole row illuminated, and then it fades out the further away we go. I keep doing that. Why do I keep stopping the play mode? Will this earn money? I'm planning to sell it. I'm planning to sell it. That is the goal for like 99 cents. Both ask for 40 a week, and both can be done in 2 days with assistance if I'm not ripping the pipe. 4 days max. What is going on here? Asking devs to make hard estimates and commit is almost rude in corporate world. Yeah, it's pretty wild. You have to wrestle with the whole unknown unknowns. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, that's trying to do that is just folly for both you and whoever's managing the project, because it's like, well, you either have like bloated estimates that end up being counterproductive in some ways, and then that's not great, or you end up having like hard deadlines that just never get met, and that sucks. By 48, just hit 30. I'm on track. Hey, congrats for you, man. Word per minute? I don't know, probably 80. Nothing that crazy. I'm glad, man. Thank you, looking for who asked. I'm glad you enjoyed the streams and the vibes, and hopefully this is encouragement to keep grinding. Okay, we're gonna do the thing. We're gonna try this other. First of all, we're gonna do. I can't do a function. Oh, you know what? We can do a function. We can separate this out into its own function and have it return an integer or a boolean, and then we can early return if that boolean is met. So we can do like if. No, not that. So we're gonna do int player lane light, and then we can pass in. What do we need for this? So we have this player. We have this condition, this clamping, this length business. Cool. We're gonna move this here. And then this hollow, yes. Ooh, this is kind of, because we have to return 2 values. We have to return, I guess we could do in and out. Like we could do it in out float 4 for the final color that we're gonna be working with. That could be the thing we do. So instead of returning float 4, we just do final color equals this, and then return 1 or true. You can make this a Boolean. I think HLSLs have support for Boolean. Yeah, they do, because there's Boolean casting, which is fun. And then we have to have our hollow texture, which is going to be a in sampler 2D. No, it's going to be a in float 4. Actually, we don't even need a reference. It's just float 4 hollow texture. And that's what we're using to do this visual effect. And then we also need this V2F input. V2F I. And that should fulfill all the requirements we have here. And then we're going to do things a little bit different. We're going to just snap this to like a row and go from there. And Boolean is just true or false. Yeah, you have it. You have the idea. Yeah, you're understanding that right, Tricks? You're understanding that right. So like in any programming language, you have these things called data types, which, and this is just highlighting what you already know, right? You have data types and then the type of the name you're going to give it. And like you mentioned, strings is a type of data type, which is like, hey, I have a string, I don't know, name, and it's like, all right, my name's Bob. That's a data type string. And then you have bool, which is a true or false. You got that right. And then you have your integers, and then you have your floats. Integers are literally what it is: a zero, a whole number, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But integers do not have decimals, so you can't do 0.5 or 0.3 or 3.14 or whatever. And that's why you have floats, which represent floating point values, which allow you to do things like decimals of various types. Zero creativity in my mind, just work best when I can logic my way through, also much less room for error. Are things I can do in my sleep. I see a passion project like this and I just think to myself, I could never be me. Hey man, well, I'm glad you can see this other kind of perspective. Because for me, I am like the opposite. I'm like, hey, you know, I've done back-end management. I don't like it. And I did it on a very small scale as well. It's not for me. I don't know how I would be able to do that full time. But doing like, you know, real like graphics or doing application modeling and code and stuff like that, like, or VR logic, like that's all. I'm like, that's pretty cool. I can do that. We can work with this. Player lane light. So we're gonna do, let's like get rid of all this stuff we have here, and let's just think about this differently now, because we're implementing a different function essentially. What we're doing is checking to see what row this. We need to have the row, int row of the player, so player row index. We need to have the fragment row index. And then if they're both the same, we light it and do all the cool visual effects we want to have for this row. Otherwise, we don't. And yeah. And there's other weird considerations we're going to have to make about this, but we will deal with those considerations later. So how do we calculate just the row index of something given the Z and Y position? That is a very interesting question. How do we do that? We have the X and the Z and Y coordinates. We have to convert the Z and Y coordinates into some value across the surface of a sphere. We can do the simple thing of the sine cosine mapping that we've done before, and just do the 180 degrees offset. And here's very simple. We just need to see if these two things are the same. So we can kind of like, we can do this in a bunch of different ways. Like I think we can even do, just plug in the sine and cosine of z and y for both of them. We have to handle the case of like negatives though. But we can just plug those in and see how they map. And if they're the same, then that's it. That's all she wrote. We also have to make sure that it's bound between the row count. So that's another issue we have to account for. Okay, I would like to avoid sinusoidal functions, but you know, if we can't, if we must, then we shall. But let me see something here. Because I think we've done something kind of similar. Like how we draw the row lines here, and what do? We do I.uv.text. So we use the UV coordinates for this. That's not going to fly here because we don't have the UV coordinates for the player. We simply have the UV coordinates for the fragment. So we cannot utilize this value. If we had this value, it would be much more easier. We could do like a raycast and try like something like that, like some kind of mapping from world position to UV coordinate, like some kind of projection from that to that. But we're just at that point we're just pushing the problem to the CPU instead of the GPU, and we're still gonna have to just figure out this whole business. We're still gonna have to do some math. So I think we're back to stage 1 of having to calculate stuff like we end up having to do like sine player world position dot x, and then player sine x psx cos z. This is not x. This is going to be z actually, and this is going to be y. This is going to be z. This is going to be y. You're going to be a cosine function. And then we're going to do the same thing, but now for the fragment. So that's going to be I dot world position. Nope. And this is going to be, oh my goodness, I dot world position. So we're going to calculate these two things. There's an additional edge case. I wonder if we can, you know what we can do? Because like we have this issue where like a negative, like it assign the input, if it's like the input's really just from 0 1, and it's kind of like wraps if you go beyond those values, right? So if we have like a y that's actually below, it would still map to like something here. But I wonder if we were to like normalize this value within the range of our radius, if we can then like add an offset of like the half amplitude, so that every single z value is like no, I'm dumb. That's not gonna work. Okay, we're just gonna do the thing. We're gonna do the dumb thing. We're just gonna have to do the dumb thing, which is we're gonna do this, and then if it's like, if this is okay. First of all, we're gonna calculate this as is, and then we're gonna do PS P sine final is gonna be equal to, oh, I hate this. Or maybe we can do this like reassigning itself, but then we do a conditional where if it's like, hey, if z is negative, so below 0. Oh, we still have to normalize this. We have this. This has to be like bound to a unit circle for this to work. And right now this is not a unit circle. We're in world position. Okay, should I sketch out what exactly is going on here? Does anyone want visuals for what's happening here? And we're gonna have to change. We're gonna have to change some CPU side code. So we're gonna have to throw in some additional values here for like, I don't know, board radius or something. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, we have board height, but now we have to have like float board radius to make the thing happen the way we want it to happen, which is fine. Yeah, what are you doing? Okay. So let's talk about this. Let's get into some nitty-gritties here. X Cali draw. We're gonna do some nitty-gritty stuff. So let's look at the game first. So you can see what kind of game we're working with for people who may have come here recently and do not know what this game is. So if you see this game, you'll see that the player lives on this cylinder. And on the X, you're translating in the X position, but movements on the Y are actually rotations across this cylinder. And this cylinder has a certain number of rows upon it. A certain number of rows. And when the player, whatever row the player is currently occupying, we want to have this be illuminated. And we're writing a shader to achieve that effect. You know, there's already this shader for the board, but now we're making another shader to achieve this extra effect. So to do that, there's a few ways to kind of crack that egg. But at a certain level, at a fundamental level, what we're trying to do is get an angle. An angle of like whatever pixel fragment is here and the angle of the player, and then check to see like, are they the same? And if they are, we're going to do something with that. And if they're not, then there's some other things we need to do. So you may be familiar with this thing called a unit circle if you've ever taken a trigonometry class. And that's been the thing we've been but utilizing for varying degrees of success with this game. So we have this cylinder that we're playing on. But fundamentally, all we care about is the position on this circle. It doesn't matter where you are on the X coordinate, on the Y and on the Z, we want to check to see if this player, where the player is, and let's say a fragment that we're rendering, to see A, if they're within a certain distance of each other, and B, if they align to, if they're within one of these grids. So we're trying to find out A, the grid the player is currently on, and then B, if this fragment we're rendering is in said grid. So that's easily done on the fragment for rendering the lines because we have a UV coordinate. But here we don't have a UV coordinate for the player position. We have to kind of map this onto the player. You know what? We can actually maybe bypass. We can not have to do this math because we already have the angle of the player on the CPU side. So we can just chuck that in here. Chuck that in here. And then all we have to do is calculate like the angle of the fragment to compare those. But either way, so we have a sphere of a very, like a different kind of whatever type radius. It's some arbitrary value. And the thing I wanted to do was actually just use simple sinusoidal functions that are used for a unit circle. Where if you have a coordinate here that's at 0, 0, and the length of this is 1, so the length of this radius of this circle is 1, then you use simple functions to get any value on this circle. So you'd have like sine y and then cosine x, and if you plug in any value, you'd get like some mapping, or actually, that's not how you do. The x position would be equal to cosine of theta, whatever, where theta is like an angle, and then you have y, which is equal to sine function of that same theta value, and you can plot this whole thing there. The clankers are LARPing as humans to moderate the chat. What do you mean, bots? I'd rather my barbarians at you. Can you solve CAPTCHAs? Maybe. I have failed CAPTCHAs sometimes by accident. What's going on here? Best study then. I got math exam. Let's get to your math exam. You have a math exam and you're getting recommended this right now. Fun. But anyways, you can plug in something like 45 degrees and you'd get like this coordinate right here, which would be like, I don't know, what's the, is it, I'm trying to remember, is this square root of 2 divided by 1? No, what am I talking about? 1? Not 1. Well, there's something like that. If you do the Pythagorean theorem, you can also get this value, but it's like, I forgot what it is. Or square root of, I don't know. It's something. I don't remember it. Either way, you'd get like the x and y coordinate from this. And for our purposes, this seems like what we want. But here's a little catch though, which is like the input for the sine value is like, I don't know, it's like, is it between 0 and 1? It's something like that. Either way, like in Unity, if you do this, you're going to end up having this thing where you might try to input an angle like for this or something, but instead of getting what you expect to have, it would actually give you, like if you plot this, you might be expecting this to be like 280 degrees or something, right? But instead, it actually does something different. It gets like this length instead, which is not great. So you have to kind of manually check to see what coordinate what quadrant you're on, and then apply different offsets to kind of get the thing you want to have happen. But to do this, we have to translate this cylinder to be normalized, where instead of these coordinates being arbitrary because, hey, this radius can be like 10, a length of 10, so the position here is going to be one thing, and the position here is going to be a different thing, we have to normalize this, which means dividing it by r, so that this shrinks down or scales up to like a 0 to 1 to -1 value range. I'm not explaining this good at all, guys. My bad. But if we do that, then we can start using these functions to kind of deal with this stuff. We can start deriving this angle by just doing, you know, a cos x to find our theta value, and then if we have that, we can kind of compare them. That's what you want to do. That's the goal, at least. We just need to contend with this quadrant stuff. We're not doing normalization necessarily. We're normalizing the values. But it's not a guarantee that, oh, actually, if you multiply them by r and assuming that they're oriented around origin, that would be actually normalizing them. Yeah, it would. That would be the case. And in fact, if they're oriented around origin, we can actually not have to pass in the radius, because we could just normalize the vectors since they are, we can assume they're oriented on 0, 0. So actually, that's not even, we don't have to even pass radius explicitly in. We can just normalize it. And then we can just do this sine functions here. Like we can just do normalize these vectors here. And then use them, their z and y. Oh, we have to normalize it. We have to squash the x value though. So we have to make a new component, a new float 2, and then normalize that so it doesn't consider the x value at all. That's not crazy. That's simple. I'm still trying to think though at a high level of like how we're, because what? Okay, let's say theoretically we get the angle for the player and the fragment. Cool, we have these, and we can check to see if they're within a certain distance of each other. But really what we want to get is like, okay, what row are you on? That's actually what we want to get. Like we already have a float, frag angle, and player angle. Like this is going to emerge at some point. That's what we're trying to get with these. And then we have our board length. So what do we do here? If this is in degrees, we can kind of round them. Like we can divide it by, like, so this could be player angle divided by, if we divide it by it, it's just gonna see if we're getting close to 12. That's not what we want to do. We can do, we're trying to map this. This can be a value from 0 to 360. And ultimately what we're trying to do is have it be bound to a value of like 12. So what do? We can divide this by 360 divided by 12. Because ultimately what we're doing is partitioning this into, in fact, it's not 12, it's board length. Board height. That's what we're doing. That's the number of rows. And then we're going to see how far this goes to that. How many segments this is. And we can just round it into an integer. I think that should be the way that, I think that's how the math is going to work out. And then beyond that, we're gonna have to go to Desmos today, guys. We're gonna end up having to go to Desmos. There's no escaping it. But okay, so we have these indices, and then ultimately we decide to highlight it because since we're rounding to integer now, it's gonna be like the nearest. They're gonna have the same value, and it's gonna be returning frag angle. No, player index, player row. Player row index is equal to fragment row index. So if they're the same, then we draw the thing, and then if not, we don't do that. Yeah. Yep. Yo, hey, guitar. Good to see you, too. Where's guitar? It's needed in game dev, bro. Yeah, it is. You can't escape math in game dev, man. You can't escape it. Especially the more funky you do, the more the math comes up. The tech stack. It's just Unity. C#, writer. Yeah, I'm making a game right now. How old is Cozy? I'm gonna assume he's 58 years old, Grandmaster. Definitely not 58, dog. Definitely not 58. I still feel like I'm still a young man. I'm a young buck. Spry, not even in my prime. Hopefully, at least. Hopefully I'm not in my prime. I hope, but you never know. Okay, so we have the general goal now of how to get from this input to this output. Now let's actually do the thing. So this is going to be equal to, we're trying to derive, we don't have to calculate all of this. Because cosine is going to give us, actually we need both of them. Oh my goodness. They're going to give us like different theta values. So we actually have to use both of these, I believe. Initially, I was going to keep it simple, but I'd be like, oh, I can just compare these cosines. But no, they're not going to be precise. They're not going to be precise. Or are they? Yeah, we're gonna have to go Desmos, guys. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't feel so confident in my trig understanding right now. Ah, bright theme, light theme, go away! Stop! You're blinding me! You're blinding me! Stop it! You're killing me! You're tearing me apart! No, more options. No, 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 no. Reverse contrast. Thank you. Okay, we're good now. Okay, sine, and we're gonna just do X. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And yeah, it's gonna be continuous. It's like, yeah, so it's gonna have reverse. And input is, let's go through it. Let's go through this. I'm just curious about something. I'm a little curious. Nope. Okay, so half pi is the apex here. For a fourth of the phase. And then I'm imagining 2 pi is the is value here. Yeah, the completed phase. Okay. So what am I gonna do with this knowledge? And the cosine is gonna be the same thing, but just offsetted. Cos x. So we have this knowledge. And actually, negative, it's going to continue down there. Okay, cool. So from the negative half pi, or let's say even pi, yeah, from the negative pi to the negative, or from pi to negative pi, or actually, yeah, from half pi to pi, we're gonna have different values. Okay. So, what insight do I derive from that? I don't know. We're just gonna see. Or we can just let this be wrong and then just try to address it later. Because the angle we're gonna get is gonna be, I'm trying to think, how is this gonna be wrong? I know it's gonna be wrong. I'm trying to remember or figure out how it's gonna be wrong. So, also this is the wrong one. Because we can use this, and then we can do the coordinates of like, we can start trying to address the quadrants where it's, we use y, which is going to be sine, actually, not cosine. Or actually, does that actually, no, it's fine. Actually, it's not fine. We're using the wrong coordinates for this. Actually, we're using we're using the wrong function here. Okay, this is just, okay, I did things wrong. Because we're treating z like our x component. Wait, what am I doing? No, wait. Dude, what is going on? Why am I doing this thing so wrong? Okay, yeah. Cosine. This should be cos, because we're doing the z. And then sine y. Yes. Okay. All is right in the world. Okay. Now from there, we can do our changes where if it's like, hey, if it's greater than 0, they're just going to use fsy. Otherwise, we're going to do fsy or 180 right 360 minus FSY, because it's gonna be going from the opposite direction. It's gonna grow this way. So we have to do, or actually we can do 180 plus. Actually, it might be, yeah, we can do 180 plus FSY. Because if it's negative, then we know we're going from here, but we can't just use the FSY value because it's going to be small. So we actually have to invert it and get the difference between this and that, if I understand correctly. Unless, like, we're going to have to do some visual debugging on this to understand how HLSL's sign function is going to handle things. But I feel like this should be correct. That feels like it's going to behave the way I have it in mind. PSY. We don't have to calculate the cosine angle anymore if we're just using this. Okay, and that sets the values here, and then we do that, and then let's just illuminate the row. So set final color equals float 4 1 1 0 1, and then we have to add a function call to this. Player lane light, which happens if player lane light, we pass in our parameters of, I forgot, what was it, I believe, and then I float 4 final color, and then our sampler 2D, I believe. Or no, our hollow value. Where do we calculate this? Where do we sample this hollow color? Happens here, and then we draw lines. Yeah. Okay, so this is gonna be on top of that. Then we return final color. Let's just see what kind of weird wrong thing emerges from this. Let's just see what happens. Oh wait, I never did. Does it just work? I mean, it kind of doesn't, but it's also a little too big, I'm finding. Also, I realized we never normalized this. So our sign functions are not going to be working correctly. So the way it's behaving right now is just a happy accident, let's say. So let's actually do the normalization that we need to do first. Float to normal p norm. It's going to equal to normalize player world position, and then we're going to do f norm, which is going to be the same but for the fragment, and we're going to do zy and zy explicitly only, because again we don't want to have the x component modify things. And then instead of using these, we're going to replace this with, actually it's just easier to do this, p norm. What's going on, chat? What's going on here? Hello, this is cool. Thank you, man. What game is fine do you use? I'm sorry, what? What's the type of lighting called so that it changes based on how close or far your character is to a light source? So the lighting is not going to change. If you're talking about cast shadows that change, so like you can have an object that, if you can see here, where like you see how the CD is casting a shadow below here, and if let's say that you press play on the game and then this moves around and the shadow moves, that's called a dynamic lights. And then if it doesn't do that, even if you move it, the shadow remains there, or there's no shadow. Actually, if the shadow stays there, that's like a static baked lighting. I think that's what you're referring to. If I do declare Also, this is gonna be an X value now. In fact, a lot of these are gonna be X values, but we'll deal with that. F norm X, F norm Y. Okay, we go here and refresh this. Okay, now everything is just lit. So, almost, but also not really. Because now it's kind of exacerbated. Now the whole lane is being lit instead of just half, or instead of like half of the lane being lit, it's like the whole lane. Everything that's visible. So, okay. Maybe not in the right direction, but it's something. It's something. What is going on here? This is a normalized value for the ZY. ZY, this will be X, this will be Y, this is X and Y. We can get rid of these two, but let's just rock with this for now. And Y, P psi. And we have this thing going on here. And we have this thing going on here. And we're doing this thing, if the row index is correct, which means we're having some false positives as well, which is not good. But it's kind of negated by the back face rendering. So maybe it's not as big of a deal, but maybe it is. I don't know. I guess we can like add additional. We can just use this maybe and just have it be extra picky if it's not in the right quadrant. We just assume it's wrong. It's kind of dumb, but that would actually kind of work, I think. And what's happening here? We're doing 360. We're partitioning the whole circle in 32. And then we're doing 32 divided by player angle. So if player angle is 32 degrees, it should theoretically be 1. Or, yeah, 1. And okay. This feels like it should be right, but I'm not sure what's going on. So we're gonna have to do some extra debugging here. I think what we're gonna do is just try to output values and just see what is happening. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna do true here for debugging purposes, and then we're gonna use for the X value player angle, and then we're gonna use the fragment angle and just see what values we're getting here. And then if they're, because I'm not even sure if we're using the same, oh, that's interesting. That is weird. Wait, what? Okay, so, okay. Okay. This is odd. Let's move this down and check to see what the player row index is and what the fragment row index is. We also have to might normalize this within by board height, because I'm not even sure. Just run it. Just run it. The whole thing is changing. That's what's wild to me. It's like there's some crazy tolerance for this. So 0 for not. What? Like one component should be consistent. Okay, let's look at the rows, the actual fragments. Okay, so this is the angles they're producing, or values they're producing. That's, I think it may not be, I think it's stepping up incrementally. So let's actually divide this by 360. So it can be, or divided by board height, which I believe it should be. Is it? fragment angle. And then you have a slice of the pie, and we're seeing how many slices of this pie fit into here. And it should be somewhere between like a maximum of 12. So yeah, I think we're justified to do this. And that doesn't change anything. What? Okay, let's think this. Let's think through. In fact, let's even do something different. Let's do fragment angle, because maybe it's like radians or something, right? Divide by 360. If we do that, we should have like some gradients up here. If not, maybe like the units we're working with are just not what we expect them to. In fact, let's just go to documentations. Let's go to documentations and just see what HLSL sign documentation. 132 apps. I would like to make sure I have HLSL specified. Okay. So the sign value of the X parameter in radians. It's in radians. Okay. Well, that's input it's expecting. Also, I realize we're using the wrong sine functions as well, because we're trying to get angle. This is theta. That's not what we want. We want a cos and a sine. Okay, we're not using cos anymore. We just want to have a sine. So that's also another weird thing that's happening. This is supposed to be yeah. Okay, so we had a lot of things wrong. Well, let's just see. So that's one thing that's for sure wrong. So okay. And then they're dealing in radians. So let's search up the documentation for a sine. Yeah. Okay. Returns the arc sine of the specified value. Okay. Each component of the parameter should be within the range of negative pi to pi. Okay. So what, is that radians then? We're dealing in terms of radians. Okay. We have our understanding. Okay. So cool. We have our angle, but it's in radians, which means the math I'm doing here is not going to be applicable because it's not degrees, it's radians. So we have to convert this to radians. How do you? This is what, like, you know what? I'm not gonna. We're just gonna search it up, and then I'm just gonna remember it. I'm gonna commit to remembering it this time. Pi to radians, or no, radians to degrees. No, I'd like the formula, please. I'd like a discrete formula, or the coefficient. It's pi divided by what? What am I doing? Writer has this. We have this in C# land. I can just do mathf dot degree to radians, which is what? Okay, it actually has a hard constant. Okay, I can't look up the actual value that they're doing there. Or actually, I should just store this constant somewhere. In fact, Unity should have this constant somewhere. I would be surprised if they don't. Radians. Do they not have radians to... Oh, I guess they have a function to Is this what I think it does? It converts to degrees? Wait. We're learning some... This is different and weird and wacky and odd. HOSL degrees function. Yeah, here we go. Are the unspecified value results of converting the x parameter from radians to degrees? There. What a great, beautiful. I usually, I don't like Microsoft, but hey, we take these. So I can just do degrees. I really should know that coefficient or whatever expression that is. I should also just have like a thing in my math library just for that constant, but whatever. We have it. We're good. Life is great. Let's just try seeing if this works. Okay. Now it's broken in fun new ways. And it's like, sheesh. Okay. So, maybe not. Maybe this isn't what is right for us. What is going on here? What? Why did my stuff get messed up? All right, let me catch up in chat. My bad, guys. I was like wrestling with this for a second. That requires math. We have a Discord for anyone who's interested. Thank you, Morgan, for bringing that up as well. Like Sammy Reyna? Who's Sammy Reyna? Convert the radians to degrees. Yep, that's the plan. Yep. So incredibly smart that it sounds like he's speaking gibberish. And why is he using an old CR? There's a lot of things. I'm definitely not that smart. We're just using terms. Has Koji actually made any finished games, and are they on Steam? There's the one for the FNF too, the game we're remaking right now. Did I add the link in here? They're from a long time ago. I haven't made any proper games that I feel have mechanical or application, like depth of application state. But there's games I have made out there online. The more polished ones are on Newgrounds, but if you include the Game Jam ones, they're there too. Okay, so this is also behaving just odd. This is just all kinds of weird. Cause sure, we did the thing. Maybe we shouldn't even try to preemptively fix this. What if we just use FSY? Like instead of trying to do all this business, let's just use PSY and FSY. Okay, everything is just lit. Everything is just lit. So, not great. We're not making quite the progress I was imagining. But it's okay. We're getting closer. I can smell it. I feel like we're getting somewhere. We're eliminating points of error. So maybe the issues on our normalization of the ZY coordinates. Let's inspect this. Like what kind of values, what kind of coordinate space are we occupying here? If we stop here and take a look at, like for example, this sphere. The Y and Z are at origin. Okay, perfect. So Y and Z are origin, and then we have some value R there. And then, of course, We're using the y and z value here, but they're going to be a magnitude of radius from this. Okay. So far that assumption seems fine. That assumption seems correct. So normalizing should be fine. I shouldn't have to divide by explicitly passing the radius and then divide it like that to get a normal vector. We don't have to do that. So cool. I'm dumb. I'm converting the wrong things to degrees. I'm dumb. Sorry, guys. Turns out I'm actually dumb. It's okay. We found out. We found the issue. We were just being a little dumb butt and assuming and just putting the function wherever we just feel willy-nilly without much consideration in the world. And hey, look at that. Oh my god. So it's kind of working. We're having this cool little light show effect though, where because values map across the sphere, across 180 degrees, you're gonna see repeats of this. So, okay. So that's where our little additional changes here were meant to address using these corrected angles. So instead of using this, we're going to use player angle again. And we're going to use fragment angle and just see if that changes anything. You can even make Roblox games if I so choose, but I would rather not. Especially with the things the CEO say. But no, that even that aside, it's you know, I want to be more free. And even using an engine can be restricting in different ways. Yeah, we're still having this issue. Our attempts to try to correct this have failed. So what do we do? I think the glue sniffing answer is to check to see if, okay, are these in the same coordinates? Like, it's not only that these are equal, but they're also within the same quadrants. So like this and we have to bring back the A cost values, because I think that's where that's where things are gonna shine for us. That's where things are gonna shine. Or actually, we don't even have to do that. We could just use the Y and Z normal component values and just do comparisons directly that way. So we can do P norm.x and then do like sine or something. Let me fix this. Because if they're not in the same quadrant, then that's no go, sister. Sister, that's no go. So the sine of the x is the same as the sine of the f norm x, and the sines on the y are the same. And that's going to be the way of checking to see if they're in the same quadrants and spatial positions. And I think that should like solve this issue. Yes, it does. Now I don't know why this is happening here. That little thing, but and there's like a little offset that's being introduced. So it's like deviating more and more and more and more. So that's not great. That's not great. But that's something. This is something. And you know what? I'd like to do something where the center part is more faded and then the edges are more more opaque. And then we could do the further distance thing to be like, hey, buddy pal. Oh, we have some errors here. Oh, because I was trying to figure something out. Yeah. But this is progress. This is progress. I'm very happy. We're making progress, guys. Based on Boolean logic with fragment angle. Ooh. Fire, let's go, dude. The way the lighting, it doesn't go past center point and the flow to the opposite side. I'm not sure if I understood. The goal, just to get a game done, dude. Just to make a game that I feel pretty happy with and actually complete it from A to Z. I have this habit of starting big projects that are very complex, and this game is meant to be something that I just get done, finish it, and get it out there, and then have a title under our belts for this game studio, and you know, of course, sell it. It'll be nice to get some money, you know. I think this studio, this hobby studio I have, or this game studio I do in my spare time is just it's just a negative cash flow, which is fine. But yeah, it might be nice to have like some money coming in. Maybe we can do some stuff with the Minecraft server or whatever. Or I can like hire friends more often or something. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something here though. I think the way we're doing this index calculation is close, but it's off by like 1, I think. So we're not getting the correct comparison values. Either way though, I'm still pretty happy with this. Though to determine edge nearness is going to require some more math. Ugh. Thank you, Calliope. I do that with my drawing. Let's go, man. Get some chocolate bar money. Yeah, exactly, guys. I want to be able to buy a jar of beans one day and eat it on stream and be like, hey, guys, you people gave me this beans. I am being sustained by this right now. On a single point, radians or degrees doesn't matter, and have logic that goes along the lines of if value is not equal to this, then no lighting. No light. What do you mean lighting? Like we have our own lighting model that we're not using. That's not Unity's for rendering, but that's. Are you talking lighting like in terms of whether or not we make this row be highlighted? Yeah, okay, you're referring to the lit lighting. I'm still thinking about this as just like a surface, and we're just changing the color of that surface. But the act is basically highlighting. That's how we perceive it. So, yeah. Jar of beans, yeah, a jar of beans. Be great, man. Alrighty, we're gonna get rid of some of this, maybe not all of this, but I just want to start fresh. So we're just gonna get rid of this, and we're just gonna introduce the things we need, bit by bit, or maybe not. Maybe we need to actually have Oh, we can add the dot hollow effect here if you want to be nicer, but it's okay. Now. Yeah, we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. Okay, let's first fix this up. So there's something going on here. I believe that's wrong. So we're trying to do player angle, and we're doing, it should be an index from 0 to like 1 minus board height. That's the way I'm thinking about it. But I'm not sure if that would produce it. Like if we had, you know, I guess it would, because if player is 0 divided by whatever constant value, that's going to produce a 0. So, but let's think about what's happening here conceptually. So we have like, in fact, let's even make this simpler. We have our row slice, right? Like the angle, row width angle, which is like how big is a single row in this game in degrees, which is basically just taking board height, the number of rows, and dividing 360 by that. Okay, that seems simple enough for me. And then we're just doing, okay, player angle divided by this. So let's even simplify this. Let's say like the width is like 1, and the player angle is like, I don't know, 22. Okay, this is not gonna work. Let's do 2. So okay, cool. We have our slices is this 2 degrees, and then the current angle of the player is 22 degrees. And then what do we do by dividing this? We're seeing how many slices there are in here, which is gonna be like 11 slices. 11 slices to get to this eventual point of the player. Okay, so I don't think I'm wrong on this. I feel like I'm fine here, to be honest. Row with angle. Row with angle. So if I don't feel conceptually wrong here, because it's going to produce the number of slices. Actually, in that example though, is this producing the index though? I think it is producing the index, because index 0 is going to be, I don't know where we're referring to. We're not dealing with a collection here, but I'm thinking about it in terms of like indices. So 0 is like that, and then the next one is going to be 2, and then 2 is going to be equal to 4. Progressively. So yeah, that should map. That should map. If our angle is 4, then that means our degrees is, yeah. So like, okay, so I feel like our logic here is fine. So this weird offset thing has to be either introduced by something over here at some level that I'm just not aware of. There's some sneaky thing that is permeating through here. And even if the player's off by a little bit, like they're still, at the end of the day, indicating direction. So normalizing should be fine. Like that with it. Yeah, I do have the IBM. I actually use it sometimes, but the thing is, lately, because I'm doing a lot of going over here and then doing some writing, it's very hard to try writing on my tablet with the IBM Battleship, but it is a pleasure to use it though. It is a pleasure to use it, and I think the more we start getting the gameplay stuff kind of done and start moving more into like things I assume are not going to be that crazy, I think we should be fine. Brother, I am perplexed. And we can't use this final color because that's like oh, you know what? We can make this an out. Like, hey, if we use this, it's just gonna produce a output that you're just gonna have to use. So there's no defining it and just reusing it. It's, hey, I will give you the value. Can I define it here? Float 4. Okay, inline this. Really? Really? That's how we're gonna do things? You're not gonna let us be super nice and clean syntactically out float 4 final color. Wow. I can't believe this. This is a load of malarkey. I can't just do the thing. You have to do the lame thing of like defining this variable and then passing it in there and then let it modify it. For shame. All right, but here, let's keep playing. Let me see if I notice anything particularly weird about this. Besides a subtle offset. Yeah, like there's sections here too where it's like subsequently small sections. Look at that. Is it adjacent to? Let's find a landmark. Let's find a landmark to reference. Is this happening around the 180 degree mark? Am I missing this? Or not 180? Is it happening around the 360 mark or the 0 mark? Okay, I'm not seeing this anymore. Okay, here. Is this by where that circle was? Okay. Yeah, it's happening here too. So maybe it's happening at like 90 degree angles. Or maybe 180 degree angles. The thing that's odd is like the size doesn't seem to be that big of a discrepancy. But this is gonna bother me if I don't fix it. Is it like an off by one thing? Is that really just what's happening here? Between the row angle and, or is it like an off by half or something? Because we're using we're using the it might be an off by half-ish. Because we're using the UV coordinates for drawing the lines, and with those we're assuming the rows. Yeah, it might be that. It might be that. We might have to actually add like an additional angle offset or something. Like we add an extra half angle to this or something. So we have yeah, so we have row width, and then we can just do half width. It doesn't explain the little rows that appear out of nowhere. That's still very weird. But maybe it's just due to that. I don't know. We're just gonna just try something. We're gonna try something. We need to do something. Divided by 2. I should be doing times 0.5, but whatever. And then half width. Yeah, for the fragment. So I think we apply that offset only to the fragment. In fact, we have to do this calculation before we do. No, we do this here. That feels okay. That's offsetting things. If we do that with both of them, though, isn't that just gonna introduce? Like it's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna evaluate to the same thing, so they have the same terms. So I don't feel like adding this would fix that issue. Yeah, like we see it right here immediately. This. Yeah, like what is going on here? I have no idea. There's a situation where like I mean, now it like actually occupies the row better though. It's just that once you get to this past this point, then things just fall apart. But before here, it looks so good. It works so good. It's actually occupying the row. It's actually looking so good. It just does it. It just stops. Why? So if we stay on one half of the cylinder, we're fine. But if we cross the other side, all of a sudden it's just kind of wrong, but also not that wrong, but still just really, it bothers me. Brother, help me out here. All right, we can start work on like additional visual polish, but yeah, there's something weird going on here. There's something very odd. I need to like do a step-by-step thing to understand the values we're getting. Yeah, it's a very odd thing, man. Yeah, you just made it. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Like it's like the same, because the condition here is just evaluating for this. So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, but no, the division component is still gonna change things no matter what. I don't know. Maybe it's a placebo, but it feels like having that term made it feel a little bit more aligned. Like without that term, I feel we're seeing more and more like that. Like see, like it doesn't align to the rows very well. It's like half off. But let's leave it right here. Leave it right here. If I go here, undo these changes, go back here to the game, and then press recompile. Yeah, so it does do something. It is actually doing the thing. It's actually accounting for the offset due to using the UV map coordinates for this, but it's not addressing that weird behavior, and it's something to do with the sinusoidal functions. Maybe with the degree conversions. I don't know. Like maybe I should try just getting the coefficients and then doing the multiplication. Maybe there's some error from that, so maybe we need a higher precision value. I'm not sure, dude. Like if I were to point fingers, I would say maybe it's like a precision issue with the conversion. Like maybe I should stop using the conversion and just do this all in radians instead. And maybe these problems will go away and I'll be a happier person as a result. I don't know. Like that might be like maybe getting rid of a step in the process is the way to go. Let me save what we have so far though, so that I don't lose anything significant by like I can revert to this save file. Git commit, adding row highlight. No, we're committing to Berg. Or code Berg. Yeah, no, Berg. Nice. Dude, I love Codeberg. Codeberg is like, look at the Chad Codeberg versus the Virgin Discord. Like it's or not Discord, the Virgin GitHub. Like it looks so freaking good, man. The hooks. Like you have so much options for customizing the webhooks. Like look at here. If we go to the Discord and go into the Git updates, bam! Look at this. Look at this. It has the icon of the game. We can change the name of it to CozyBot. And then look at Discords. The same commits. The two same commits right here, dude. GitHub. Codeberg. It's even bigger. It's even bigger. I don't know, man. It's like, come on, dude. Why can't we just... Microsoft, you have the resources. Why can't we just have cooler webhooks? Yeah, I know scale is a bigger factor. Whatever. Who cares? This is cooler. Because now I can differentiate between like commits from different game projects. If it's this or Messy Mansion or Rivendun, it's so easy. And then like adding the webhook. Like for GitHub, you can't just paste in the link. You have to paste the link and then add /git GitHub or whatever. Codeberg, you just give the link. It works. It just works the way you expect it. Like,
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm going to start deleting all my repositories from GitHub, dude. We're going to start nuking. Maybe keep the things that are like people are using or may be using. Probably not anymore, but whatever. So let's just get rid of the radians. Let's just get rid of get rid of the degrees conversion. Just get it out of here. Get it out of here. And now instead of this, we have to do what? Is it just pi? Let's consult the wise, ever so wise. What happened here? What are these terms? I didn't ask for you. Go away. What happened? Why is it doing that? What is going on here? Okay, whatever. Anyways. Oh, so I'm realized people joined. Hello, Shido. Welcome. Glad to have you to Discord. Yeah, I think I lowered the Discord policy, but I'm not sure if the role assignment thing is working. I need to test it on my laptop. I still haven't verified. I feel like it should. Because now we have the easier emote react assignment stuff, but I don't know. Hey, Arish, is it Arish or is it Arish? Welcome. Glad to have you here. What is Desmos? It's like the greatest way of debugging math. Not debugging math, but just understanding math. It's a nice graphing calculator that lets you. Can you stop? Can you stop, Desmos? Can you stop this? I really like it if you were to stop adding all these terms. Leave page. I don't care. Go away. Stop it. Stop. You're blinding me. You're blinding me. You're blinding me. Where's the high contrast? Reverse contrast. Just call it dark mode. Why do you call it reverse contrast? This is dark mode, dude. We have sine, and we're doing sine x. And then we're going to do a point here of like y equals, or no, x equals pi. X equals 2 pi. That should be the full phase of the circle. Cool. So pi is just the half of the circle. Okay. Of the 360. So if we go back here. Now we're gonna be changing this to just be pi, I guess. Is it unity? Do I have to use unity pi or something? Yeah, because we're changing this. What is this? Yeah, unity pi. Unity has constants for us. Very nice. Though honestly, since we're doing the quadrant check thing, we don't even have to do this term computation. We can just do the thing. Because now we're verifying if it's in the right quadrant. And then instead of 360, we're doing 2 pi. 2 pi, unity 2 pi. By that. See, and having this, separating this out into its own thing works out great for us. And then I believe that should remove all the degrees, and now we should be just radians. And it works, but it still doesn't. We still have weird angles, times where the angles is bisected. So that's not great. These two add up to be the width of the whole cylinder. Actually, it feels a little off. It doesn't feel like it's actually... Oh no, maybe it's probably just covering the row properly. But yeah, we have this still happening. This. So what's happening? What is happening? What is the potential cause here for this behavior? Or maybe we just sleep on it. Maybe we just sleep on it, like the collision thing, and just keep working, dude. God bless and good night. Thanks, Caps Locked. Hope you have a good one, man. Thank you, dude. To see if it computes or whatever, that's sweet. Yeah, it's very helpful, man. Flashbang. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Let's add a vote. We're gonna make a vote here, guys. I'd like to query your wisdom. What do? Get to the bottom of this murder mystery, of this conspiracy, move on and implement other things. Okay, starting this poll. Dude, I want some ham. I've been eating these 2 days. I've eaten literally like nothing else but ham for every meal. I had a little bit, like a little thing of turkey last night in the middle, but really all I've been eating is this ham, dude. Each meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner, ham, more ham. Ham's a pita, ham's a macaroni. Ham by itself. I love me my ham. Honestly, I can do without the turkey. I just want ham. I just want to have some ham. I'm locked in on this. You've piqued my curiosity. That's why. Okay, yeah, I feel that too, man. And I'm seeing everyone else is thinking to get to the bottom of this as well. Everyone else is thinking about get to the bottom of this as well. Because it's kind of bothering me as well. The fact that we have these two little dudes. And then like, I think after, I need to get rid of the effects on the edges because I just want to see a clean cut representation of the rows without the sinusoidal effect, so I can understand if we're deviating or not, if we're actually very accurate or if we're off. Yeah, we're getting to the bottom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting to the bottom of this. We're going to get to the bottom of this mystery. We're either going to get it done, we're going to get to the bottom of this, or we just don't have a game done at all. We refuse to ship the game with this here. So this is what we're going to do. I am going to go use the bathroom. I'm going to, while I do that, I'm going to put my ham to heat up. It's going to be like a minute or two. I'm going to wait for the ding. I'm going to listen for the ding while we come back. I'm going to get some more water because we need to hydrate. And hopefully that movement should help prevent any potential blood clotting. I'm scared. I've been like weirdly getting more and more conscientious about that with how much I sit down. I am hoping you guys do the same as we refuel, as we empty waste and refuel at this pit stop. And then we're going to get back. It's not going to be that much. It's going to be like a minute or two, something like that. But yeah, we're going to come back focused with a vigor unlike previously known. And we're going to understand what's happening here. Is the game in the fourth dimension? I guess if you include time, it's four-dimensional, but then every game is four-dimensional then, isn't it? But spatially, no, it's not 4D. Though I've been thinking about this idea of having levels. So like you can maybe have ramps that take you to a higher cylinder that's above all this stuff. Or maybe have like bypasses, because it's a 3D thing, so why not add some dimensionality to this, right? Like that seems like a stretch goal, but at the same time, I think that would be cool, dude. I think that'd be freaking not rad. So why not? Why not do that? Also, the new people who joined the Discord, let me know if you're able to roll React or not, and tell me if you can't, why that's not the case, and I'll try to fix it. Okay, so that sounds like a plan. We're gonna refuel, get to this. All right, be right back, guys. 1 second. And you know, let's put on some waiting music. Let's put on, maybe not some waiting music. We'll just keep the fireplace going. We'll just have the nice fireplace and then continue from here. All right, be right back, guys. Be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, we're not back. I forgot to get some water, more water. 1 second. Okay, now we're back for real. And I have some ideas. We have some ideas as to what is going on. It's gonna be weird to code like this, but let me get a little snack real quick. So, this is happening at particular places. So, the first place I have a hunch might be causing the issue is this here. This correction we're doing. Because I think it actually might be redundant since we're already checking for the quadrant to be equal. So that's one dumb thing. And there's a second line of thought that's going to be much more involved, but I'd like to kind of spare my brain before considering that that possibility. So we're just going to do this first and just see what happens. Splendid ham. Okay. So something did change. Yeah, now instead of two small ones, we have one large 1.5 instead of two small quadrants. So that means Arco that snippet was doing something important, but there's still the underlying issue that's happening. So kind of helpful, but also kind of not helpful. 1 second, guys. I need some fuel for the good old brain. 1 second. Love these streams, very cozy. Hey, thank you, Epictra. Good to see you here again. Also, it's good to have you in stream, Morgan. Also, Charles, I just noticed you're here too as well, man. I'm sorry if I didn't see you earlier. But yeah, man, your presence was missed, Morgan. The React, no, I did it at everyone to fix it. So it wasn't working. Sadly, I just forced it to work for now. I have a separate account that I can test this with, so I'm going to probably do some experiments with that to see why Carlbot isn't assigning roles. But yeah, Morgan. Yeah, people were asking too. They're like You are a figure. Am I not hitting anything? Oh my goodness, is this the strats? Oh, we hit something. We got further than we should have though by doing that. Okay, yeah. So we can't just cheese the game like that. There's some actual strategery, in the words of George Bush, that is needed here. Cozy, Total Space Cadet said Uni might not like full circles. So the thing is, we're doing this not in the CPU side, but on a GPU, right? Which HLSL. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's something weird with Either way, though, by changing this, we're dealing with 180 degrees now instead. Brother, I have to think about this. Because really, the fundamental question is, what cases produces the event where a row is bisected, or in this case, like stretched. Now we've isolated down to this correction function I did that alleviated some of the error, but not completely. So using these values did alleviate some odd behaviors. Like if you were to just comment these corrections out, or actually I'm reintroducing these terms, but alleviated it. So within our final check, it's something very odd either at the 180 degrees side of things or by the 360/0 side of things. Like maybe I should do some clamping or something, but I think there's no need to do clamping because the sine functions, the asine and cos functions should cover that. So okay. Sorry. I need a snack to be able to comprehend what's going on here. So I'm going to rename these terms. So the partitioning of space is happening over here. It's like somewhere in these lines. Oh, no, not these lines. In these lines here, where we get the row index. I wonder if row height I doubt, because the thing is, the other thing that's odd is that if it was like an off by one error, then you'd see the position slowly, it would start off like almost correct, and then it would start sliding off continuously. The weird thing is that the position is largely correct. Across most of the angles, they are correct. Except for specific spots. So this is like what, 32? So we have 32 rows. And that means each quadrant would be about like, what, 8 rows for each quadrant. 8 plus 8, 16. 16 plus 16 is 32, right? So we're here. We're at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it happened again after 8 rows. So that's 90 degrees right there. 1, 2, 3, and it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and it's happening here. So it's happening every single 90 degrees. That's interesting. Yep. So we go, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay, so yeah. So it's happening every 90 degrees. So something odd is happening at 90 degrees, at the 90 degree mark. Okay, so that's our first clue. So it's not our assumption. It's something to do with 180 or 360. It's actually at the 90 degree mark. So let's get rid of conditions. Let's isolate which condition is contributing to this. So I don't believe it's a sine. So it has to be the index comparisons. In fact, we're going to do this. And it should still work. Perfect. So if I get rid of these conditions, this issue should still persist. Interesting. So it's the quadrants that's causing the issue. No, because it's still persisting here. So never mind. No, it's not the quadrants. Okay. It's not the quadrants. So, okay, cool. We've ruled that out. Except, wait, 1 second. Let's find where this issue happens. So it happens right here. So let's see. Does it replicate when we go 8 rows up? So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And these align together. So maybe it's happening. It's just that because we're combining quadrants, that each side is being lit up correctly. So I'm assuming the issue is actually still happening there. Yeah, and it's happening here, and then if we do it again, it's going to meet up over here. Yeah. Okay, so no. So the quadrant condition is not the issue. It hides it. Or actually, it kind of reveals it more of it. So, but that's not the crux of it. So it has to deal with this comparison over these player indice values. And the comparison is happening here with this row width angle. Oh, and of course the input angle. Now, I don't think this is the case. Because this is mapping into an index value. Hey, artwork, what's going on? Vim elements. Developing right now. Let's go, Artwork Studios. I'm glad to hear you developing right now. Hopefully you're making some progress. Unlike me. But hopefully we break through this, and then it's easy breezy. I should have input bindings for H, J, J, K, L. The half width isn't the issue, because we initially did it and we're still seeing that issue happen when we got rid of it. The half width only just makes sure that this is aligned correctly to the grid. Oh, so let's restart, or not restart, let's reload the shader. Okay. So what's happening at 90? Let's actually walk through this. So we have a value of like 90 degrees, and the 90 degree value, like this is producing a theta value of 90. So what happens here? A sine of ooh, I wonder if what happens with A sine. Let's go to Desmos again. Actually, because A sine is taken in a component value. Just go here. We're gonna do A sine. Oh, I forgot. It's like invert. They have to use a specific sinusoidal. I don't know how you type it here. I always have to end up looking at it. Or I guess you could do sine to the power of -1. Either way, we're gonna do A sine x. Interesting. So a sign only produces a value. I don't know why this keeps happening. Only produces a value up to what? From input to like 1 and -1. Okay. Well, we're dealing with normalized values, so the one component should be either 1 or -1. And what's the well, I'm assuming x equals 2 pi or pi should get the maximum value it's returning. I'm not seeing the value here. On the x, or it's y equals, isn't it? I'm not seeing the line appear. Why is the line not appearing? Oh no, it is appearing. It's just okay. So it's pi, half pi then. Okay. So interesting characteristic. So half pi would in essence be the 90 degree. Okay. We're getting somewhere here. So if the maximum value that a sign produces is either positive 90 degree or negative 90 degree, that means we have it only covers a surface of 180 degrees. So half the circle. So yeah, of course, that makes sense. That makes sense. So when we get to near pi over 2, either positive or negative, what happens from here then? So we do this a sign, and we're close to like a value of 1 or negative. In fact, let's even check to see what component the player is. Let's try modifying. Let's try tracking the vector of the player. So the direction vector, and have it even printed to screen or something, so we can see just exactly what is at what value, angle value, or vector value, the player is producing these weird behaviors. And then we can kind of work from the math backwards. Let's go to update. Yeah, we have our physics update here, and that's cool. We can go to, yeah, we'll just keep working with physics update. And then in here, we're gonna print out, oh my goodness, what's going on here? We're gonna print out normal or direction. Yeah, direction. And then we're gonna do transform dot position, because we're using world space here, which is fine. I'm not gonna blame world space for any issues we're encountering here. Dot normalized. And in fact, it's not enough to do that, because we're doing this on the ZY plane. So we actually have to make a new vector 2. Okay, we might have to, this can be significantly complex enough where it warrants doing this in a separate line. Vector 2, or actually no, I have override components for this, because I thought ahead. I thought ahead, and we added swizzle operators. So I should be able to do YZ or ZY. Okay, I didn't actually add this specific swizzle. Whatever. I can add that to our vector extension library. Extensions. No, wrong one. Vector utilities. Oh, my bad. I didn't call it extensions. Where's my swizzle operator for 3s? I've done these types of swizzles. Now we're going to add another swizzle, and it's going to produce a vector 2, and it's going to be YZ. It's going to be for a vector 3, actually, but whatever. We can live with this, and then we're going to make it a vector 2, and it's going to be a vector component of Y and Z, and get rid of this. Perfect, and then now I can go back to my function here, and we can do YZ and then dot normalized, and that's going to produce the values that we seek. And then we're going to go to Unity. It's completing domain. Very nice. I'm going to move this over here because I'm not using that very much. So hopefully the domain has been completed. So we should be able to run this. And as soon as we encounter this issue, we're going to pop, there we go. We're going to see what vector value we're working with. I'm sorry, what? No. No, I don't believe that's... No, we're passing the wrong thing. It's not player. It's the player object that we're supposed to be passing in. But let's make sure we're passing in that value, actually. Game board manager. Let's make sure we're passing in that value. We have our update. Player.position. I hope this is the right player object. That would actually kind of... No, but none of this math would make sense. It wouldn't be working as well as it was if you weren't passing that in. Yeah, and it's sprite transform, so that's correct. This is weird, though. I should really change this to be more explicit about what I'm doing here, but for right now, we're in the domains of this is fine. Because if we go to game board and we go on here, and yeah, this is the correct game object we're referring to. So cool. So we just had to update the player script to make sure it's debugging, logging the correct values. So perfect. Perfect, I believe, for now. We should get rid of some of this stuff. I don't know. Either way, so we have the player object, position YZ, normalized. Let's try this again. We're going to press play. We're going to hopefully encounter the bug. Do I need to stop to re-import a script? Thank you. Complete the domain. Perfect. And then we run. We encounter it here. So we're going to stop here. We're going to go to console. And the last one is a negative 0.18 and a y value of negative 0.98. Okay. So we're passing in a value of negative 0 of almost negative 1. Correct? So if we go back to our Desmos on arcsine, what does that amount to? Nearly negative 1. It should be about negative pi over 2. Okay, so let's go to our shader and see what is going on here, Mr. Pal, Mr. Friend. Can I call you friend with how much you're hurting me, shader? Actually, it's specifically function. Okay, so we have this, and it's going to produce a value of, it's producing a value of like 0.98. It's an input, and it's going to produce a value of almost pi over 2, negative pi over 2. That should be what's happening here for the player theta. So cool. We're nearly at pi over 2. You know what might be happening? You know what might be happening actually? Is that these values on a sphere, they look discontinuous here, but on a sphere, they're adjacent to each other. So like a value here is going to be like, oh, negative 2 pi over 2, but then a value over here is a completely different thing of 2 pi. And that results in like that area, if this quadrant is bisected between here to be split in two, where the value ranges become discontinuous. Oh. So like so how will we deal with this? How do we deal with this? If that's what's happening, because this would happen at, but no, that's weird though, because our issue's happening at every 90-degree angle. And if that was the case, then this would only happen at the 180-degree angles, because this is 0 degrees, this is 90, and then this is negative 90, right? So, the discontinuity only happens on this graph at 180 degrees, or negative 90 and positive 90. But in our sphere, it's You know what? We're doing things wrong. So before, okay, I think I'm starting to have some better insights into what is exactly going on here. So before, my assumption was that, okay, we have this sphere, origin's right here, it's a unit sphere, and we pass a function for the sine, and it's going to produce us an angle between, it's going to produce us a value from like 0 to 180. My bad. A 0 to 180, right? That was my assumption, is you call sine, it produces a value within this value range, and if it's over that value range, then we have to like for example, if it was this angle, then we'd have to take 180, add 180 subtracted by the value of this. But in actuality, what I'm realizing now is that no, in reality, we have a value range of here, where sine would either produce a value of 90 or negative 90. And of course, this is 0. And to account for this, to enforce this 360 degrees value range, what do you have to do? Like, okay, if it's in this quadrant, what would it produce? If the value was like in here, what angle would it produce if we were giving it like, I don't know, like 100 or something? But I think we have to correct the way we're doing our offsets, and that's probably going to fix the issue. That's my gut thought process here. I catch up in chat too. My bad, guys. I was wrestling a little bit with this. Being a rounding error based on the Desmos graphic for saying this is easy. No, get out of here, dude. We're not doing chat GBT. By pi to map to a 2 pi value range, but maybe it wasn't paying attention to the shader itself though. So let's plug in some values here. Let's plug in some values. So, because I want to make sure if we're going to enforce this 360 degree mapping, or I guess like this 0 to 2 pi mapping, if we're going to do this mapping, then let's verify what the values transformation should be, what transformation should be done in each quadrant. Before we commit to, let's figure out what this looks like, and then we'll go from there. In fact, maybe I don't even have to. Because arctan's producing a value here. And negative 90 or 90. So if we know what quadrant we're in, I'm trying to think. My brain is trying to comprehend. You can't have negative 90. Yes, you can, Atomic Wrath. We're using a sinusoidal. We're using sine for this, or a sine for what we're doing. We're trying to get an angle given a position. or given a direction vector, really. So we have to use a sign of this value to produce that, but a sign only produces a value of negative 90 and 90. Or in this case, if we're using radians, I'm assuming this is radians, a value of half pi or negative half pi. So from that value, since we know the coordinates as well, we can apply transformations, some simple math, not simple, but like simple math really. It's just I need to know the specific thing we're adding or subtracting. But you can apply simple math to kind of move that point or that value to be within 0 to 360 or 0 to 2 pi in our case. That's the goal, at least. So let's gosh, there's got to be a code. Let me find, or you know what? We're gonna keep it simple. Where is the because I want to map degrees to. Oh, you know what? It's simple to do that. It's simple to do that. What am I doing? Okay, yeah, we're just gonna go to Desmos. We're gonna have like a value called, I don't know, the degrees and radians. It's gonna be radians equals x, or not x. It's gonna be some value a divided by 360 times 2 pi. And a is going to be some variable we make up for right now. A is going to be equal to, could we do a slider? Desmos has a thing where you can make a variable and you can make a slider for it. Yeah, I guess like these variables are taken though. Can I not type in some expression that's not unknown? Okay, here we go. So add, and I can get rid of this expression. Now this is gonna be our degrees. So we have our degrees now, and then we can kind of see how things map based off the sine function. Or actually, how are we gonna atan 2? What is atan 2? It gives radians negative pi times 2 to pi times 2. That means it's like positive. So in my mind, it's like it goes from 0 to 360 and then to negative 360. So I'm trying to verify. Like I'm trying to think. This is not. I think it's very easy. It's just that for whatever reason, my brain feels blocked right now. With trying to do, I'm trying to verify. I think that's the best thing I can. That's exactly what's going on here. I'm trying to verify something, but I'm forgetting what I'm verifying. So wait. So let's just go to code and just kind of architect like what this is going to look like. So we're going to have. I think first of all, I want to have some kind of case statement for different configurations. There's probably an easy way to do this, but honestly, for right now, we're gonna just do things a dumb way. And that's just what we're gonna do. So we're gonna do you have to have like 4 different variables. It's gonna be p sine equals this. No, that's sine. What? Yeah, there we go. Or even just integer is fine. So we have p sine, and we're just gonna go through everything's, or px. That's ambiguous, isn't it? No, because we did p theta now. Okay, so perfect. This abbreviation comes up again, but we're good. So we're getting the sign of these components, and this is how we're going to figure out what quadrant these things are. You know what? Even maximum simplicity, let's just make an explicit function that just does this. So it's going to be like a sign remap. And this the responsibility is very clean cut and defined. We're going to get some float 2 of a point or position. We're going to get some kind of theta value. And the goal of this is to convert this theta value from just being a negative 90 and 90 range value to instead be let's say, to instead be, or actually it's not negative 90 and 90, it's actually pi half. We have the idea here. And then we're going to convert it from 0 to 2 pi. That's what we're trying to do. And then given this, we're going to be able to get, we have to figure out what kind of quadrant this is in. And we can get that just by using the positions.x, positions.y, and then we're just going to address these specific cases. So like if, for example, we're in the first quadrant, then we can just return the value as is, return theta. That's simple enough for me. I love that integers can get casted to booleans. I hate that C# doesn't do that. So that's quadrant 1. Cool. What about quadrant 2? And this is going to be positive, positive. Quadrant 2, in this case, we're going to make it negative, positive. So positive y, negative x component. And we have to address quadrant 3, which is going to be the case of negative, negative. And then finally, quadrant 4 is going to be positive x and negative y. And I think this, simplifying things down to just like this handoffs or API, not API, but just like some kind of pipeline is going to help me wrap my brain around this a bit more. Also, I realize sine is going to be a negative 1 or 1 value. We want this to be a Boolean expression. I'm not sure if negative 1s are casted to zeros in Booleans. I doubt it. So we're going to do the thing of dividing by 2 plus half, I believe. So negative value range divided by 2 will be negative 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.5 to shift it back to 1. I believe that should make this a 0. I should correct the range of this. I guess we could just do simple multiplication here, because that's faster. So that should shift the value range. Cool. And then where do we go from here? So let's do the conditionals for these other ranges. So negative x, negative both, and then positive x, negative y. And these are to-dos. So it's not mistakenly say this is fine, it's not fine.
that your coding process is just as messy as mine. Thank you, Waz. Another. Yeah, man, it happens. It happens. Sometimes it's so clear and easy and breezy, and then other times it's just boom, something very innocuous. Like this is the equivalent of Cell. Have you ever seen the DBZ abridged, where he's Let me find the clip. Making the ring. Like he has this ring that's like almost perfect. It's almost perfect. But then like one thing is off. Yeah, so he does this. He creates this whole beautiful construction and everything. Does this fancy business. Slices up this rock from the earth. Throws it down. All this complex business. And at the very end.
Ah, yes, the perfect place for myself. Son of an emerald horse. Starting again.
Yep. Like this issue isn't that big. It's like it's 4 rows out of 32. But it bothers me. So we're gonna spend a disproportionate amount of time to make this work properly. So this could just do the thing. So this can just do the thing. That's it. And yeah, that's it. So, okay, with that being said though, I think I'm starting to understand what exactly I'm trying to figure out or verify. So let's just go back to Desmos world. And now we want to figure out, so like, well, let's say, and this is for ATAN, or A sign, and we're passing in, what was the thing we defined R? Yeah, we're using N here for this expression. And this is going to be a value of like 360 and 0. So, cool. So, what is going on here? So we have, because R is, it's assuming a radius. No, let's do something else, something that isn't. Just do M. So I don't have that obnoxious circle popping up. So, okay. Back to our expression here. Oh, it's not doing the. Get out of here. I have to do this, and I have to do this, and I have to do. Yep. Okay, be gone. Okay. Okay, this is just undefined behavior. So I can't see like what value this produces in greater. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised because it's truncated here. My question is really an implementation question of how HLS or Microsoft implemented ATAN, or not ATAN, A-sign, HLSL. Like, how do they deal with the values outside of it? Did they just repeat it? Is that what they're doing? Should we just wrap it and then? Should we just take control over wrapping the value ranges, or not wrapping the value ranges, but like? Is there any specifics for this? Oh, the x parameter should be. So no, it's just saying, hey, the parameter should be negative pi or 2 to negative. It should be within 90 degrees, or 180 degrees, but like negative 90 to 90 degrees. So like, okay, so it says you're supposed to be making sure that this parameter is within that range, and okay.
So I guess maybe we'll just take control over what happens here. Like, not at this level within this function, but actually within even here. Actually, it is. It's just that it's going to be ambiguous. So it's going to be treating. So actually, no, never mind. Okay, I'm starting to have more clarity. See, this is always going to be a valid range. This is always within a valid range, right? The only ambiguity is within the x-axis. So like even okay. So I'm starting to understand better. I'm starting to understand. Things are clicking now for me. So if I were to go to here again to xcali draw. So yeah, we said this is gonna be a -90. So in this case, right? Because this is where we're confused. Like, how do we handle this quadrant, right? It's gonna produce this value here. So if our position's over there, it's gonna be over here, like almost like it's projected. Which means that for this quadrant, it's gonna be like 90 plus, and then it's gonna be 90 minus theta. That's how we're gonna do that. Can I make this pen smaller, or should I just zoom out more? Let's just zoom out more. Okay, this makes, okay, I have clarity now. I have much greater clarity over how this is gonna shake out. So yeah, this, 90, -90, 0, some angle here, theta, whatever, and it's gonna be the scenarios here. So in this case, this is gonna be just theta in this quadrant. Quadrant 2, it's gonna be 90 plus, actually, why am I so far away? This is gonna be 90 plus 90 minus theta, I believe. I'm using degrees because that's what I'm used to. I know it's going to be pi for each quadrant. Or is it? Or half pi for each quadrant. Yeah, in fact, let's make this more obvious so I can not get confused. Because I seem to have a propensity for that. So, a very small sliver. Perfect. Small sliver over here. That's with the, yeah, whatever. So theta, and then if the point's here, and we know we're in this quadrant, then, and this is the angle we have, and we're assuming this is the point, then the degree with the proper winding would be 90 minus theta. So in this case, it'll be 90 here, and then we subtract this theta amount from here, plus the 90 from here. Perfect. And then over here, it's gonna be the same dealio with a point intersection there. And what would be the case here? This case would be 180 plus, I believe just theta would be fine. So that should be correct. And then finally, for this, it's gonna be 270 plus 90 minus theta. Okay, I think we have it, guys. I think we have it. I think we have the thing. Back in later. Knees weak, eyes are heavy, pajamas on my legs, blankets are ready. That sounds so good, dude. Feel caught up my day, soft and ready when he's sleeping. Yep. Looking for who asked. So I'm glad, man. Thanks for hanging out, and hopefully we get this wrapped up today. And we don't even know if this is actually the issue. I'm assuming that this is the issue, but yeah. I love Pizza. Pizza's great, dude. Bro might be the worst developer. Don't need vector normalization. I guess you could use a sign after. Here's the thing, Steph. I don't know a-tan or a-tan2 and what it does, right? So like I should, at some point, I'm going to probably hop off. I'm going to do some reading and understand it. But for right now, like I'm not in the position, like I'm not in the position to integrate new knowledge. The best I can do right now is just work with the knowledge I currently have, if that makes sense. It's kind of like when you're trying to learn, like, I don't know. It's kind of like how it's easier to learn something new when you're by yourself studying in your house versus when the teacher has you in front of the class and is introducing these new concepts to you. So I'm just going to get this working with the tools that I know, the math functions I know. And then I'll learn about A10 and A10-2 later. And then I'll, if it's much better, which it seems like it is, I'll go back here. We'll rewrite it or something. We'll figure it out. Either refactor it, or next time I encounter this problem, we'll do the right thing. But yeah, in this kind of context though, I can't. It may be the greatest function that does exactly precisely what I want it to do, but yeah, my headspace right now is not in the position to integrate new knowledge. It's very much a skill issue thing. It's okay. Anyways, I think this should be the how this is gonna shake out. So we're gonna go between here and here, go through each quadrant, implement the thing, and yeah, just go from there. And in this case, it's not 90, but it's actually just pi divided by 2, if I'm correct. So unity underscore pi divided by 2. Actually, I made my own pi over 2. Pi over 2, because I've done this before, or something similar to this before. So pi over 2 minus our theta value. Our theta value, and plus pi over 2. Okay, so that's quadrant 2. Beautiful. Moving on to quadrant 3. What does our math look like here? It's 180, so pi plus theta. Beautiful. So theta plus unity pi. Okay. Next up, what are we dealing with here? We're doing quadrant 4, which is going to be 270. So I'm guessing pi times 3. Unity underscore pi times 3. Plus 90 minus theta. Which 90 minus 90 degrees is going to be pi over 2 minus our theta value. So that should be the values and how they shake out. And then I guess it might not compile. I don't know. We return something blatantly wrong, like -1. Cool. I'm also currently working on a similar project. I'm making my own visual novel engine written in Java. That's sick, dude. That's fun, man. Hopefully that project is going well for you, man. I'm also trying to build a game as well, but I got stuck with how should I acquire the assets, like 2D pixel game. Should I make it on my own and then start, or should I hire? I mean, if you don't want to get good at art and you don't want to, if you have no interest in art, then just focus on making a game with minimal assets and then go from there. Like, I mean, examples like Braid, right? Like Jonathan Blow, he's just a programmer, dude. So I mean that's not a great example because he eventually got hired out for that project. And he's actually was trying to make a commercial thing. So if that's one option, is just do you feel inclined to save up the money or just do you have the money in general to hire someone on later? Sick. Then go that route and just implement the base of your game with just programmer art, just placeholder stuff. If not, if you have some inclinations for doing art, then just practice and iterate and get better by, improve little by little, man. Like that's how I did with me. I did all the art, and it was bad for a lot of the early days, but with enough time, you start improving. The other option is you can have a friend. If you have another friend who's like very interested in this type of stuff, and they're an artist and they want to work on games or maybe even get into the game industry, you can do a thing where, hey, we're gonna just team up and try to get this game done. We can do rev share, some kind of revenue share kind of deal, and try tackling the project together. So that, hey, you don't have to pay each other explicitly, but instead you just split the revenue whenever the money starts coming in. And if you want to meet people, just search up for game development servers or Discord or communities. There's IGDA here in the States. I'm not sure if it's elsewhere. You can go to Game Jams, which is a great place to meet people and find other creative people who might be interested in that same kind of thing. What do I call this? Assign remap. But that might be the move, man. Yeah, that's kind of the options that come to my mind. I.world position. This one's gonna be P theta world. Player world position. Okay, so we're using this new remapped function now, and hopefully this just works. Okay. No, it's still happening. It's still happening. Dang. So we did this whole little side quest of getting a better, more accurate remap function, and it's still doing the thing, man. Oh, man. Oh, brother. This is tragic, man. This is tragic, dude. What's going on here, guys? Thanks for the info. Let's make my own art, then work on your art. Get it done, man. Start grinding, Kieran. What's going on here? By having a problem with pixel art, still learning too. But that's, hey, you know what, Papita? Well, Papita, that's your name. If there's any consolation, I have a video on this channel that's like a lecture about the foundations of pixel art. So if you actually do want to try getting better at that, then that might be a good resource for you and a resource to other resources, because there's a lot out there. Oh, brother. Okay, so what's the positive of this? What is the positive of this? I'm trying to find a positive here. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna work on visuals. This is what, like 3 hours just trying to get this thing working? I think it's like the first real stream where we had like an issue like this, where it's just like this thing, it haunts me. It haunts me. No matter where I look, row partition, row splitting. That's really, we're gonna give it a proper noun now, because it deserves a proper noun. Row splitting. As far as the eye can see, row splitting. Oh well. Well, while this is happening, we can work on the visuals of this to make it at least look a bit better and do the fading effect we want to have, where it's not actually fully where it's not fully opaque, but rather it's like fades out a bit more. We can have something like that going on. And what else can we do? Distance, we can do final, which is going to be I dot world position minus world space player world space position, and then we can do, I don't know, magnitude maybe, or length. Distance, okay, so we have this. We have, what do we have? Distance, length, okay. And then we can have our alpha. So what do we want to do with this? It's either going to fade out the further we go. So alpha should decrease the more distance grows, okay. In fact, we don't have to even do this length thing. We can just do the x components because that's all we're caring about, right? That's truly the only distance we really want or care about. So the bigger this value, the smaller this is. We can do the inverse proportion thing we did earlier in stream. I think there's some weird stuff that arose from it, but I think by virtue of having this be bound to a row, it should not be as crazy as before. So the smaller it is, the closer it is to 1. And then we should have to add a min or max to this so that it never reaches 0 and causes weird behavior. Though I think that probably wouldn't cause an issue, but we can have like a minimum opacity for this. So now it fades out a bit more, which is pretty cool. Or maybe we want to have the opposite, like next to the player, it's actually transparent, but then the further away you go, the more opaque it becomes. Because really, this is meant to help you gauge where you're at with objects that are far away. So maybe we don't need it here, because we can see the player with really pretty good visibility. So we can instead have this be not inverse and instead actually just have it be distance. A little drastic there. We can have this be divided by some. Yeah, so yeah, there we go. So it kind of like highlights more the further out you go. I think that's more helpful. So you're not distracted in the immediate space, but further away you can actually see where targets are. I think that's pretty sick. Okay, we actually made it pretty far just by spinning randomly. Are we gonna lose our health? No, we haven't died yet. We haven't died yet. I don't know why the FPS on stream is always so low. Because we have a beefy machine that can handle this workload easily. And it has handled this workload easily. But there's something with like OBS on Linux that's just odd. What's on GitHub? Maybe it's Maybelline. Yeah, I think I like this though. I like this the shader as it is right now, or at least this opacity as it is right now. The only thing is I need to change how it's compositing the values because it's actually overwriting lanes, and we want the lanes to be drawn always before the hollow, before we draw before we draw any of this stuff. Also, we lost the player hitbox thing, but now we can actually see the lanes very clearly. So what is our option here? Maybe you can add like something to the environment to mask this weird issue. we can try masking it. That's if we give up. If we 100% give up on trying to fix this. Just say, hey, it's split because there's an environmental thing. This is actually a cylinder that's bisected into four quadrants. That's an environment thing. It's not a glitch. It's a feature. Yeah, this definitely helps controls a lot better, though. Like, this feels like I'm getting hit less intentionally. And it's just me being bad if I get hit. Sick, though, dude. I'm really happy with this. Like that little bug aside, this is very cool. I think this is actually important. I'm gonna continue on with what we had intended for today. We're gonna do some basic UI hookups for a lot of this stuff. And we're gonna figure out, we have this whole parts registry. I need to rework the player so that we can have them be actually using, instead of having these values here, I think I'd prefer them to actually use the scriptable objects directly.
Or maybe just query like the current selected object.
Or engine configuration, and then, I don't know, there's something we can do here. We were working on the parts registry, weren't we? Yeah, this guy here. And we actually did that already. We have a parts registry. We have the different components of the bike. We might include a hull as well. Yeah, I haven't created a scriptable for that yet, so we're gonna do that. Because I think having a hull would be cool. Yeah, same. Is it a Moonlander? No, it's a Ergodox Easy. I tried sending a YouTube link that was in my clipboard for like 5 years and it did not go through, so try to put a YouTube link. With Vim bindings? It is. I'm using it with Vim bindings. It feels very great. It's super nice. I mean, I use custom bindings too, but this is really tied to like how I work, and it makes like even using i3 very easy. Yeah, it's very nice. And I like using numpad, so I have like this mapping here. Though Linux always defaults to num off, so I need to add a num lock button here so I can actually enable it. But yeah, I have this and then it becomes a numpad. Working in retail taught me how to type fast with a numpad, or at least reasonably fast, so I like inputting numbers with that instead. Hello, Eris. How you doing? Guys, embrace unregistered cam, hypercam 2. Return to 2000s. And you know, while we're at it, remove Discord. Go back to TeamSpeak. Yeah, i3 is fantastic. Yeah, this is my system. Here's my system. I don't know, I've been coding for a while, man. I don't know, I can say technically 15 years or something, but I feel like I've only been really serious about being good at it for a smaller amount of time than that. I don't know. It really it depends on how technical we want to get or how pedantic we want to we want to be about that discussion. So you have this parts registry. This is all the different parts, and then I think we want to have a specific thing for like parts. I don't know, vehicle configuration. And it's gonna be a simple thing of just having the selected engine, and we're gonna have brakes. Keep trying to spell it the other way. Not private. And what's the other thing? Chips. Stop trying to make things private. And this is gonna be just what we're operating with at any given time. Like that's literally all that needs to be there. So we can have like an application, because at any given point in the game, you're gonna have some kind of configuration. Maybe you're gonna have a thing where we have multiple loadouts. That's like so. I need to hold back. I need to not stretch things, but at the same time, like, wouldn't it be cool if you can just have different weird configurations that you can pull out whenever you want to? Because I feel like if you can save it, it'd encourage you to make a bunch of different, like, experiment and do weird things. Whereas if you don't save it and you have this nice like setup, it's like, all right, you know, I don't want to lose this. Should I really tweak around with this setup I have? But then it's like a whole new UX rabbit hole you can go down. Private set. Yeah, that seems fair to me. And then let's make this. Let's make this a value type. I mean, it's still gonna be boxed. So these are heap references. I think I'd have to make this like some fixed thing, like a GUID or something. Hello, is this Python? No, C#. See you later, artwork. You have a good one, all right? When do you think? Well, it's supposed to be done in 3 weeks, so I guess, 3 weeks minus 5 days. I'm not sure. I'm debating. Do I want to do like 3 weeks in just terms of times, or 3 weeks in terms of days I've worked? Because there's like a few days where I just don't do work at all. I kind of don't want to count those. I kind of want to be like the 3 weeks worth of streams. I mean, honestly, I haven't been keeping track. I've been incrementing based off the streams. But I'd like to have it done in 3 weeks. Like, just in general. I want this done before Christmas. Before the Christmas season. Engines, brakes, chips. Okay. That's a configuration that you can have. We can make this like a read-only thing so that you can access it, but you can't modify this stuff. I don't know how we're gonna do this. How are we gonna do this? Because it'd be cool to make this serializable so we can save this to a file easily. There's considerations that had to be made here on how I want to design or architect this. Yeah. 6 days a week. Tragic. 20 holiday a year. With less pay, yeah. Would be invalid. Yeah, it's weird. Like, let me put the Discord. Let me try it here real quick, guys. Okay, also low-key, I kind of want to switch back to my old setup just because I'm going to put up the Christmas tree in the background and you guys are not going to see it. And I kind of want to do a stream facing this way again. Just so you guys can see the Christmas tree. Maybe I should have a Christmas tree cam or something. A cam just for the Christmas tree. Yeah, I think the Discord worked. It recognized what this is. Okay. Cool. Thank you for lagging, Firefox. Thank you, Discord, for crashing my Firefox. Fantastic service. Okay, let's go here. Oh, is all of Firefox just bad now? Oh no. It literally just froze things. It just froze any instance of Firefox I have open. Okay, and the tab just died. Okay, I'm fine with that. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, I'm using Ubuntu. Yeah, pkill Firefox is done. The tab died. What's up, Amy? How are you, Drostaluna? Drostaluna is a cool name. RMRF? No, Karen. No, Karen. We don't do that, Karen. Karen, no. Karen, no. Karen, no. Oh, man. Life drives forward, and I'm just finding my way forward on this road. That's... that feels like a quote a character in this game would be saying. Like, well, like at a pit stop or something. Or like on a game over, like, life drives forward, and I'm finding my way on this road. And it's like... That feels really... That's even crazy, because you have Luna in your name, and that's the name of this character. Like, her name is originally Luna in the old game, in the original game I made for this. That's just synchronicity. What was that thing in Bhakti? Synchronicity. Okay, so I need to figure out how we're gonna model this out. Not model, but how we're gonna organize this information and be responsible for this. I think it's worth having a data type just to have this whole configuration attached to it. Your singer actor name is Luna Saria. That's crazy. That's sick. Acting and... Wait. Singing and acting. Wow. That's a lot of talent. Well, I'm making that game I just showed right now. And I'm just organizing some information here about how we're going to be doing this stuff. So let's go to the player. Because I'm thinking about the implications of this. Because I want to be able to have, like, play the game with a default configuration. Like, I almost feel... No, I'm not going to do that. Oh, I'm thinking thoughts. Okay, either way, we're going to work with this for right now, and then we can just make it happen. Player. No, not this. No, not player launcher. Player. Thank you. So we're going to do this crazy thing of just axing everything. And just updating all these engine parts to be yeah, we're just gonna kill all this stuff, and now instead we're gonna have to access. That did not break things. It should have broken something. Why did it not break things? That's kind of worrying me a little bit. We deleted all this stuff. That should for sure have broken stuff. There's some data that does not exist anymore that this is accessing. Like break effectiveness, that's not a thing anymore. So, okay, that is just, okay, it's showing as an error here, but Rider isn't showing it as an error. So that's like the opposite. It's Rider, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're supposed to be better than this. Usually you have the opposite issue of just throwing too many errors even when they don't exist. But now you're doing the opposite. Do I need to invalidate cache or something? Is that what we need to do? Invalidate caches? Yeah, invalidate clear system cache and local history. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to do that. Game maker, poet, novelist, singer, voice actor, all of done above, really. Oh my goodness, you're a polymath then. A polymath, or a Renaissance woman, or man. Yeah, we recompile it. Let's see if this bad boy works. I mean, we can rebuild the project too in Unity. But I'm just hoping this is gonna, maybe I should have just done that first instead of, there we go. Hey, and now the thing is here. Now it's broken. So let's go here. We're gonna add a vehicle configuration thing here. No, it's not. Because you have to think about, I'm thinking about how we're going to organize this data, because a lot of this stuff, like whole health, is like stateful information. Likewise, like this other things like the break fade is also stateful information. So I'm kind of, yeah, break fade 0-1, for example. But that needs to be broadcasted to UI elements, right? So I can either do like a message broker thing for everything that needs to be, because I don't want to have to have the UI know about this game, this game object. I want it to just exist and then just listen for events that happen. So I think we're gonna do a message broker structure instead. And then we're gonna do private vehicle. Did I misspell it? Is that how you spell vehicle? Okay. Configuration. And on init, which I guess we're gonna call on, or maybe just on start, vehicle configuration is gonna be equal to, or configuration is gonna be equal to application. No, not Unity. Stop it. We're not using this, we're using this one, dot instance dot vehicle, no, not network view. Current loadout. Okay, that's really bad terminology as well. There's just a lot of things I need to change here. Current configuration. That's current vehicle, let's say. That's better. Current vehicle. And then if we go back to player, we can start fixing all these places. So like for example, break effectiveness should actually be configuration dot break. Okay, this is, oh, I didn't make you public. I'm still in the mindset of working with C, where structs are by default public. I forget that Yeah, in C# that's not the case. It assumes that you want things to be private, that you're doing the facade structure, all that business, all the things that I don't care about. Configuration, engine, max speed, and then configuration dot engine dot max speed. Probably can cache that to minimize cache misses, but whatever. That's not that big of a deal. Or I guess it's, whatever. We'll do that later. Acceleration profile will be configuration.engine.acceleration profile evaluate. And then it'll be configuration.engine.max speed. Yeah, we should really just cache this. Engine. Was the Joy of Pixel Art? Yeah, that's the video I recommended. The Joy of Pixel Art. That's on this channel. I'm sorry, what, brother? I want to clone voice for persons use. I am not rich, but can give $100. What, to click? What, to clone my voice, like to train AI with it? Definitely not interested in that. Yeah, it's like that. This is my real actual monitor. Like, I can manipulate it, change stuff with it. I can touch it. You can hear the static. That's what we're doing. Cool. So we have everything we need here. It's probably 60 hertz, I'm assuming. So this should be fixed now. But the server, did you react to it? If not, I need to fix it then. Are CRTs even 60 hertz? Yeah, that's how the NES was able to have 60 frames per second. Why is this not moving? Oh, null reference exception. Yes. That's why. Because our application does not load a configuration. So I need to make some configurations. So we have to actually start making some assets for our vehicle parts now. Because now we're not using hard-coded values. We're actually using this like abstraction. Not abstraction, but we're using this separate. We made this new separate module that's going to represent this, and now we have to actually create said things. So you have to create an engine, and we have to create parts. We have to create brakes. That's like the two major things we're working with. So we have to have like a default brakes, which I think is going to be like, it's in a neighborhood of like, let's say 100 or something. And then max acceleration is 10. I'm sorry, what? Name. Oh, that's for the makeup thing. Okay, yeah. And then max speed is going to be 10, and we have this simple curve. Though I want to have it have a bit more of a faster initial value, just so it's easier for people to just. So it has like nice feel-good handling for people who are starting out. And then a max speed of 10 meters per second. Let's do 30 meters. Maybe 20 meters per second, something like that. And then. So these are going to be a defaults. Default brakes. Default engine. So when you load the game, it's going to either use the default or it's going to load one from the file at some point. Cool. And we can make resources and create a new folder called resources. so that the game application could just load this up from resources and set it on start. So when we start the game, we do this whole singleton nonsense, and then from there we go vehicle configuration, or actually current configuration. I'm sorry, what? The current vehicle. Of course, I changed it again. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna think. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a new static function. Should I do that? Yeah, I'll just do that. Yeah, that's gonna be simple because I imagine there's gonna be other parts of the game where I'm gonna be using defaults for debugging stuff. So I'm gonna have a static function here called that creates a vehicle configuration, and it's gonna be called default. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna construct a new this guy, and engine is going to equal to resources dot load engine, and it's going to be called just default engine. And likewise over here, brakes is going to be equal to the same thing, but just brakes, and then default. Cool. And then honestly, we can like even cache, like have a static cache for these things. But that's like the premature optimizations for something that doesn't really matter. Like unless we're doing this every single frame, I think this is fine. I think this is perfectly fine. So in here now we can just do vehicle configuration default. And now when I enter the game, there should be a default configuration for me, and I can just drive with that. And then if we ever need to do, and then if we like override it later on by either loading a preset from a save file, or if they go to the shop and buy some other stuff and then they swap out some stuff on their machine, it's just gonna be good. It's just gonna be good, man. His line width, it's probably like 100 something, 100 lines. Hey, and it drives now. Perfect. So now let's do the next important thing, which is having some kind of message broker system, so we can actually start drawing to the UI to notify it of, hey, your health changed, or hey, your brakes are dying. Like, we need to start making some basic health, some basic displays for the state of the game. So let's begin doing that. And I think the first part of that is literally the message broker structure. We're using UniRX, which makes life very easy for this kind of thing because it already has a message broker, and we just have to make records for signaling changes to the application. So let's go to application, and we're going to do, what are we going to do? We are going to do public message broker, and this is a UniRX thing, so we have to import the reference to UniRX, and it's going to be equal new instance. Perfect. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to go into the player, and it's probably the only time I'm going to do this. I've never really do this, but since we're going to be adding these hook-ins, I mean, there's like technically this thing called a reactive property, but we're not going to use reactive properties for this. I'm just going to keep it more, I'm not sure if it's more straightforward, but it's something. Set Yeah, we're gonna have to private get and set. Or is this just redundant? Is that how you do that? Either way, and then we have... How do you do... I'm forgetting how you do this. Maybe I should just use reactive properties. Because reactive properties... No, but I want to treat this still like a normal value. I forgot how you do gets, but for sets, honestly, we can do a thing where we have a private float. But that's like this is supposed to be for convenience here. If I get rid of this, that's going to cause issues. Yeah, we're using the default get here. Heck, we can make this public. Dude, I completely forgot the syntax. I never use properties like this, honestly. But we're trying to do something, some broadcasting thing. Where is yeah, here we go. C# properties, examples, forgetting and setting. Okay, yeah. Your property, you have your get set. Okay, I'm aware of that. And then, yeah, you can set default value. And then that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the just get. Like that or here. Well, I'm doing public. So it's probably not happy about that. But I'm doing that and then. Okay, so they do this. But no, I want to treat this like a method. So with brackets, have a scope. Okay. Nope, they're doing the thing. Where's the one with brackets? I know you exist. You exist somewhere. Oh, this uses a private value to be able to do this. Okay. Okay, so this is what it's doing. Okay, so it's okay. They're using a private variable for this. First name, value, okay. You're killing me. So I have to actually make a private thing. And then I have to do... And then maybe I should just use reactive properties. Maybe this is what we do. Okay, whatever. Anyways, we have our application, and then we can do application. No. .instance, .message broker. First of all, we set this to be equal to value. No. And then message broker, publish. And what are we publishing? We're publishing a new value, so we have to make a new record. Whole health update. Why must he make me specify that this is public? You're killing me. New hull health update. And then value. In fact, I'm just gonna call this val because we know what the context is here. What's going on? It's good for coding, but try Google Sans code. Nah, I'm good. Mona Lisa. Honestly, I used to use Pixie. I used to use Proggy, but ever since I moved to this, I just haven't. It's not even that this is my preference. It's just that I don't want to even deal with changing the font. I used to be very particular about it, but I'm like, I just don't even care anymore. I just want to be able to set up on a new machine and just go. Okay, am I being dumb? Is it using this syntax? What is going on here? With a collection initializer because it does not implement system collection. A collection initialize. Oh my. Oh, wait 1 second. This is what I'm trying to do. Now, can I just do this? Yes, okay. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So now every time we modify this variable, it's just going to create this whole update thing for anyone who's listening for this particular update. Likewise for whole health, we're gonna have to do that as well. So we're gonna have to do this whole joint. In fact, I think I did the wrong thing. This is for break freighting, but yeah, I am using the whole message, which is not correct. But whatever. We'll fix that in a second. Okay. So far so good there. Doesn't even have to be... okay. Whatever. Okay, next to you, we need to make another record. Okay, so we have you. And now we just simply change you know, this is kind of, it's weird that this is just assuming the record and not and now I have to actually specify the data type, don't I? What's going on here? To type break health. Oh my. Maybe I just don't know enough about records. but I'm feeling a little peeved. Okay, let's just search up, because I clearly don't understand the syntax. C# records. Oh. So if I want to do the simple thing, I can go here and specify a constructor for it. Is that how that works? Public record. Or is that just specifying the constructor for this? I've seen like stuff in C# done where it's just super simple to define. Yeah, like here, like it defines public record person this, and then it does new, and then it provides. Is this just a modern version of C#? Is that the issue? Is that I'm not using a modern version of C# to do the thing that I want to do? Is that why I am a sad, sad man? Yeah, because they're not just defining access scope. Like, I want the simple promised land of just saying, hey, this is the data type, here's the value, that's it. And not having to type a bunch of stuff here. But it seems like I've been lied to. Hello, Draco. So what's happening now? I'm just organizing some logic. I'm actually committing to making this customizable. So we're adding the basic infrastructure for this, and I'm trying to have a thing for the UI so that it can listen for when we make changes to like the break fade or the health of the object, so we can draw things correctly. But it is not happy. Is not assignable to int. Oh, is it because it's a... Oh, is it because it's an int type? But no, this is still giving me issues here. Order to use init only. Oh, really? There's a... No. No. You have a specific import requirement. System runtime compiler services. Declare init only setter. Oh my goodness. No. Okay. I guess we're not at the land of promise we thought we were at. Instead, we need to do things the way they have defined for us. Gosh. Wouldn't that have been nice? Just single line records for things that need to be updated. Have a good weekend, Cozy. Have a good one, Shitakipi. Unkit. Hey, dude, try some better font style. Nah. Thank you, Krieger. Yeah, I did get a degree. Welcome back, Draco. Sometimes, at weird times, this is making me angry. You know what we're gonna have to do? I think it's just gonna be simpler for everyone involved. Because I had a vision in my mind. I can't get rid of this though, because we're going to have to, the way I'm going to do things is still going to require this. Darn you, Dinkelberg. Or I guess I could make like a view model structure type thing. I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. Screw it. We're gonna do the thing the long ways. That's just what we're gonna do. That's just how the cookie is gonna crumble. I'm still gonna try to force this to be inline. In fact, screw it. We're gonna make it a struct. I don't even care. We're not gonna use records. We're just gonna treat this the way we're used to treating things. And then health is what? Is a float value as well. Yeah. It's alright. We've been lied to before. We'll survive this one. And then this one would be value equals this. Okay, what's the issue here now? Flow is not assignable to parameter type break update. What are you talking about? I'm constructing a new thing. There we go. I just have to have that on there to indicate that that's what I'm doing. And then specify the type. In this case, we're doing a whole health update. Whole horse. I haven't watched JoJo in such a long time. And then it has to be value equals this. Yada, yada, yada. Cool. Okay, now these properties should now actually be invoking out. I might try to like make a generic thing for this. Like, I don't know, like a FNF fight and flight property update or something. Gosh, I wish we could do like some meta programming stuff here. But whatever. Well, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, so we have this, and then let's make some UI now. Let's actually have some UI in the level update. Thank you, Prashant. It goes here and there, but we try our best. Or I try my best, at least. So let's do some UI now. So we have this, game board, lighting, whatever. We're going to add our UI. We're going to add a canvas of some sort. And then move this up here where it's nice and visible. And then let's add some elements to this canvas, shall we? I think a simple thing to do would be like some kind of scaling image. Some UI like this. Probably a simple image, or maybe even a... No, we want to use a slicing sprite. We're probably going to do some kind of like... I don't know, I'm probably going to do a shader effect or something. I don't know. I think... Because I want to do... I have to... You know what? Better yet, we're going to just use text, and then we'll do the 9 slice image reordering, because I have some particular ideas for how I want this to look. And I want to implement this just once, not multiple times. So, yeah, I'm thinking that we're going to do something much more cooler and bespoke. Or maybe just do a slider. That's easy. That's easy to get the visuals we want. Did it not create a slider? UI, slider. There we go. Where are you? I see you now. You're very small. Yeah, we're going to increase you a little bit. We're going to make you like, I don't know, 800 by 30. We're going to move you up a little bit. We're going to have you anchored to like the corner here. Okay, and then we're going to move you a little bit more. And negative like 400. 500, and then not 1 pixel. Let's see, like 10 pixels. 30 pixels. 40 pixels. Okay, cool. And then interactable. Yes, you have a value, min value, max value, and then the actual value we're displaying here. If we change this, cool. So we can see our health and its current progress. And we're gonna make an empty thing here. We're gonna add this here. Actually, what are we doing? Oh, we might have other things like UI, like pausing and whatnot. Okay, so let's call this just UI, I guess. And then we can have pause. And then we can make a script here called game view UI. And we can go into this and start adding some references to our slider. We're gonna actually have two, one for the HP and then one for break fades, for the break fading. So we're gonna do it down a little bit more. No, down. There we go. And make you like not as big because you're not as important. Like that, I think that's fine. Because you're gonna be the player's eyes are largely gonna be over here, I'm assuming. So having this be more in that kind of periphery, I think is a better idea. So we have this, cool, and now we're gonna go in here. We're gonna have two parameters, public slider. Yep. HP. Brakes. I'm sorry, I typed in brakes. Why did it disappear? And then we're gonna get an instance of our message broker. Instance equals application dot instance dot message broker, and then we're gonna do broker dot receive, and we're gonna be receiving hull health updates and subscribe to some manner of change that's gonna happen there. And likewise, we're gonna do the same thing for break health updates and do the same thing there. And then we're gonna do HP dot value is gonna equal to X dot value. I'm sorry, what is going on here? This is the observer. Do I have to do this in here? When I do receive, is that gonna be, no, it's a parameter listing, right? Wait a second. Do I have to do this? Yeah, okay, so no, never mind. We do this here. Just kidding. We do the lambda expression here, and we do HP dot value equals X dot value. And then subscribe. Or can I just do add to? No, I think we have to do subscribe to actually initiate this. I don't know why it's forcing me to do this though. Because they should be able to just do subscribe. Oh, because I'm not using UniRx, am I? Yeah. It doesn't, it's using the dot. It's using, yeah, okay, cool. In fact, that means this would have been also value as well. So actually, we can close this because we were doing it right the first time. It's just that I wasn't using UniRx. So we can do HP.value. Oh my goodness. HP.value equals X.value. Okay, now we're good. And it's gonna be the same thing for the break health. Update. And now instead of this, we're gonna be doing break. Yeah, just breaks. So these should both be updating now in game. Every time we make changes, every time the player modifies these things. Perfect. And what do we do here? Now we have to pass in these references. I don't know why it's only showing one. Okay, there we go. Nope. You come here. There you go. And then you as well. There. We're saving. We press play. And now, let's see how the player looks. So they take some damage. What happens? Oh, did I pass the wrong? I think, oh, no, okay. Yeah, you can see the break fading. You can see the breaks. So if I go in the opposite direction, yeah, it fades out. Yeah, so we're just killing our breaks. The player health, so it's actually working, it seems like. The only thing is that the player health doesn't seem to be updating at all. So I have to check to make sure this is actually working as expected. So let's investigate this. So we're receiving whole health updates. Subscribe from here. So I'm assuming if this is not updating at all, it's because the player is not whole health, passing this value, whole health set. It is invoking this whole health update, and we're passing this value. Interesting. Let's say 100. Okay. Let me stand up real quick. Okay, and let's sit in a different position now. I'm gonna do the L squat. I haven't really done that before, but we're gonna see how this feels. So let's figure out why this is not updating. So we modify health. Nothing's privately using this. Get health, return that. Health equals value, and then we return a new instance of whole health update with this set as well. So the one place I can see this being not working is if we had passed in the wrong slider in Unity. I doubt we did that, but in my brain, that's kind of the justification I could see for this. But no, we have the correct slider. This is the correct one. This is the top one. So let's see. Maybe it's just that we're not doing any kind of damage. Or maybe we have the damage is just not that much at all. Like maybe we have to like really mess up a lot. Also, I think I'm gonna make the brakes only activate, the brake fading activate only when there's a certain magnitude of velocity. Okay, now our health is like down all the way. Oh, because the value range is not normalized. Brake 0, 1 is normalized, but this isn't normalized. So if we do, okay. So if we have like a max whole health, which is gonna be like 100, we can do this transformation here. And this value is float. Yep. Cool. So this should actually work now. Okay. Okay. So now we press play and we take damage. We should see our, yeah, health go down by a bit. Yep. There we go. Nice. Very nice. So we have our HP and we have our brake fade thing. Nice. Oh, I tried threading the needle. Tried threading the needle, but I just couldn't. Oh, this is so cool, dude. Oh, we can do some crazy maneuvers, man. We're almost dead, aren't we? But it's not resetting back to beginning, which is weird. It's supposed to be doing it by this point. We had that working before, so I'm not sure why that's not the case. And then now we've used up all our brakes, so now we can't stop immediately. I mean, it's not that bad though. The thing is, we got to make the first setup kind of doo-doo, where it's not, it's like, yay, yeah, this is pretty alright, but it's not that great. You know, it makes you want to actually customize it. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a null reference or something. No, there's no exception happening here. So I'm wondering what's going on here. Why this is not resetting this update. Also, we can get rid of a lot of the debug stuff we had here, because that's no longer relevant. Seeing that we already found, I think we didn't found the bug, but I don't think it's relevant to that bug. Beans! What's up, Glitchy? I'm still a full stack GPT. You guys are doing a lot of, I'm seeing a lot of full stack web deving here. Let's go, Weenie Hut Jr. I'm vibe coding too when I need a quick answer for specific. Oh my goodness, dude. Brother. This is like the antithesis of this stream, dog. I'll reserve. We're not going to go down this rabbit hole today. I refuse. Okay, so we have things kind of working. The only oddity that's happening is that on received damage, when we do the health decrement, we are not getting our whole health. We're not going back to this state for whatever reason. So I'm not sure why that's the case. Why, unless it's like, we need to add exceptions to this. That's the first thing I'm realizing more and more, is that not having exceptions for invalid transitions is just not gonna fly anymore. So we're gonna do a public static throw void. a method to throw bad state. I can make a custom exception, but I just don't want to do that. I don't know. There's just so much. It's just a thing, and it's gonna just throw new invalid operation exception and e application state current. And then this is going to be target. Okay, an invalid operation. Bad application transition. Tried going from current to target. And let's move this to new line and then move this here. And then everywhere that's like not permitted where we just return. No, we're gonna make this bad boy be bad state target. And that's just what we're gonna do. Or actually, we're not gonna get rid of the returns because we're still gonna return. Actually, I don't think you can return, but syntactically, I don't think it's gonna let me compile unless I do a return. So yeah, we have to do this still. Just for to compile, fine, but everywhere where there's a return, we're gonna add a bad state transition there. So here, bad. Oh, and I know what's the issue here. It's because we don't have an enum for the current state. So state is a property. Initial. So we have to have a thing for initial state, and then we can override this so that the application is aware of where it's starting from. So state is going to be equal to initial. So now when we go back to here, we can go into the inspector. We can set this application component to be in the state of level, and now we should be able to actually die in this stage and be reset back to the main menu. So now we can die, bam, 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 bam. One more, actually a few more, 4 more. 3, 2, and then 1. Bam. Back to the main menu. Press start, and we're back here now. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'm very happy with this. I'm super duper happy with this, dude. Man, this camera angle really helps out. Like now, before I was hitting a bunch of things, but now I'm just not. Because I just have a better viewport for this. But it still has this kind of 2D presentation still in a weird way. Okay, we hit something. All right, let's save what we have so far. What are we saving? We are saving state level UI and scriptable integrations. Push to Berg.
What's going on here? Clear the interview for a better company, and after all, AI will write the code for you. But what if you have to add important check in the code and debug that? I mean, okay, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna have this discussion. We're not. We've had this every stream. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do my NPC dialogue about this. But the AI command exists for a reason, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Either way, I'm very happy with the changes we have so far. This is looking very good. It's 4:13 a.m. I don't know why my computer's stuck at November 11th. I don't know why it got stuck there. It's not November 11th. Okay. So we have this. We have this. You know, I would like listen to videos of like like different prominent programmers and on YouTube, and I would be like, huh, they seem very very mean to people and they're like so abrasive sometimes. I'm like, maybe it's just that's the product of them being super smart, right? That's part of the benefit, or that's the other side of it. It's like, hey, yeah, you're more smart about these things, but then you're more like maybe you might be more direct, let's say, or curt. But I'm starting to think maybe that's more sort of a product of just because they also stream, or they're just very frequently in the public and have to answer a lot of questions. And I'm wondering, maybe that's a product of just being surrounded, like being exposed like that. That it just kind of produces that curtness, or that let's say lack of tact. Because I could feel it. I could feel it crawling up my veins. But I don't know. I also feel like I don't have enough skill as a programmer to warrant that. I feel like there's significant things I need to write, projects to complete, and knowledge to get before I can feel that kind of, not entitlement, but I don't know. We have this. We should probably have a default chip too, but we haven't implemented the chip system yet, so we're gonna have to deal with that. We have to also do the UI. We have to do a bunch of other things. We have to do the the integrations for the shop UI stuff and the currency, and there's so much we have to do. Because you still have to make the economy happen. We still have to make an economy in this game. And there's the whole garage view we have to deal with. Yeah, focusing is not conducive with chat. Yeah, I mean, it's also just like some subject matters. Yeah, I do work for a company. I do indeed have a big boy job doing coding. Okay, so let's think about how we're going to prioritize this stuff. What to prioritize in moving this project forward. So we had this whole thing over here. It's kind of cool how this Xcali draw is just becoming the state of the entire application. In fact, I should save it just in case. Save to disk. Just in case we lose it. But here's the dependency tree stuff. So I feel significantly more confident in terms of our base player controls. So I think we can warrant marking this as like green. I think we can start moving towards other things. We still need to do inputs, that's for sure.
and then the economy, and then we have to start designing a level 1. I think we should do that. I think before I even start implementing a shop system or the garage configuration stuff, 1 bike for the first playtest. Honestly, we can play the game. We can test the game as it is right now. As it is right now, we can test the game with people in the Discord. I think if we want to go a little bit further beyond, we should get to the first level, or level 1, or at least the feelings of a level 1. And yeah, and go from there. So maybe we can afford to start working on some presentation, but I want to hold off on making new sprites and actually doing the 3D environments until I have some more validation from people on the Discord. So I'm going to reach out to some people there, and then reach out to the people who voted in the announcements to be part of the first round of testing. Yeah, so we have 3 people who are down for testing, so I'm gonna hit some of them up. A10 and 2. Thank you, Morgan. Yeah, I need to refresh my trigonometric stuff. And dude, it's starting to feel like more and more like a game, dude. And then we have to do the level transitions. That's gonna be a whole thing. But let's just try to get 1 level done first and make some hazards. There's a lot more juicing that has to happen. Turn off your stream then, you're live. I know I'm live. Yeah, Fight and Flight Redux. I still have to think of a different name, but especially since FNF is also like, people see FNF and they think Friday Night Funkin'. So, yeah, I guess that abbreviation just doesn't work for us anymore. Or ever, actually. Oh, and we have to do, like, the level constraints, like the level time stuff. Yeah, I should probably use some diagramming tool for this. Yeah, there's a diagramming tool. We have to do some diagramming here today. Not today, but... Also, I need to make the normals smooth out when we start going, because right now the normals for surfaces either are like facing light or not facing light. I don't like that. I want it to have more gradient, so it's like if the more you go off axis, the more it starts lerping towards the ambient color lighting in the shader. But as this is though, this is pretty sick though. No, dude, that's, yeah. No, thank you, Morgan. Thank you. You, as soon as I read it, you did exactly what I had in mind. Thank you. Yeah, don't be weird, guys. To a competitor to Call of Duty, that's the real problem with the world. Hey, man, I need to make a simple mobile game first. I need to be able to complete that in my lifetime. Well, I guess I've done that before, but I need to actually do something. I need to be able to complete a slightly more complex project than the first version of this game. So this is the game as it is right now, and then on Newgrounds, this is where we came from. Let's kind of mute this. Yeah, there we go. Come on. Yeah. Come on, buddy. Yeah. Very different. I think our version right now is a little bit different than this. Maybe just a little bit. Just a tiny bit different. I'm not sure if people are even going to notice the difference between this and what we have right now. My nieces want to have cosmetics update to like different costumes for the characters, so I'm thinking about like how we're gonna make this happen. That's not great. We're like trying to push scope like crazy, man. But I think for what we have, it's kind of crazy because we have like what full engine configuration, so we can do a lot of variety right now very easily with minimal work. So I think we're not, it wouldn't be the end of the world to maybe do that. We'll see. I might do some, I don't know, I'm probably going to sleep and then maybe try doing some work today. It's Saturday, right? Saturday? Yeah, Saturday. That's crazy. Yeah, this game, just slightly different. Just a little bit different. Alright, sweet. Did I add, is there anything to commit? What's the difference I added? Is there anything? No, it's just dirty scriptable objects. We can live with that. What's up, Will's me? Bad news. What's the bad news? Oh, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Oh my goodness. The target is 3 weeks. It's still day 3, but the game has been this good. Wow. Well, it's day 5 right now. Day 5. So yeah, we've got quite a bit done. I'm very happy with this, dude. Good morning, afternoon, evening. What's up, Dhruv? 45 gigabytes. I have 64 gigabytes. This is showing. That's like the RAM that's left over. I know the numerator is like bad, but I mean that's just what it is. I thought it was gonna do the other thing. It doesn't. It's actually 64. Max word probably like 100. I've gotten 100 before. I'm not consistent at that though. I'm usually hover around 80. Okay, that's okay. Is Ankit still here with us? I have no idea. Oh, brother. This has been 4 hours and 49 minutes. Almost 5 hours. Usually I like playing some games on stream, but to close out the stream. But honestly, dude, I think we're going to chill with this. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to catch some, maybe play a little guitar. It was fun playing guitar at the very top of the stream. Maybe in a different lifetime I'd be a music teacher. But I'm not going to head out until we hear the rest of this news, Anime King. So, gosh, I love Codeberg. I need to delete the rest of my repositories. In fact, I should test to make sure it clones well into other machines before I do that. If it clones well, I'm going to start deleting the old FNF repo and CCDK and delete some other repos I have. Codeberg is lovely, dude. Absolutely lovely. And then once we get this game, I honestly, like, after we finish this game, I think I want to work on Dot Dungeon. it's kind of crazy, but there's a part of me that feels like if I can get this game done and we do the stuff for mobile, I kind of want to pivot to doing Dot Dungeon. Something with similar scope to this, but just a different mechanic. And maybe try implementing it differently too, because I implemented it kind of in a weird way. Not weird way, it makes sense, but it'll be fun to implement it in a more like shader oriented way. I don't know, I have some ideas. And using the new lighting model. Before I did like pre-baked lighting, which was a really tough and terrible pipeline that I did in Blender. We're not going to do pre-rendered or baked lighting. We're just going to do our dynamic lighting system and then go from there. Also, I need to make a static version of the Discord emote, the emotes in Discord, because I was like confused, like, we made this emote, but I haven't seen anyone use it. And then when Pumpkin mentioned that like it's a premium thing, I was like, oh, that's why people are using the green emote. That's why they're doing that. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. No, in fact, let's just do the thing right now before let's just get a Sprite with a lot of features. I mean, okay. Yeah, bad news all around then. My lord won't be, yeah, I'm not going to be pleased no matter what. I mean, I'm not, okay, this sounds mean, but I don't really feel any kind of thing about that because, you know, aside from my own position, like, I hear many people hyping up this next new AI thing, this new AI product or project or whatever, and I'm like, okay, we'll see. We'll see how much it turns out. I'm not dogging on you. It's just that the statement you're opening with is very bold. And that's a statement that everyone in Silicon Valley is making. So, you know, I guess we wait and see. Where is the CRT? Border CRT OS window. I need to get back and work on the website again. I need to figure. I just need to get stuff done. We're not going to keep hopping around projects. Where is the Nyanye player idle player grid? I should add the Luna sprite into the Discord as well. Boxer. Do I not have this anywhere? In game development, like working, 0 years. Technically, I mean, I guess I've technically worked. My own company counted as work, even though it made no profit. But that's a different thing. That's a different thing. But I've never worked professionally in game dev. I work as a programmer, and that's a different thing. But actually doing game stuff, that's been like, where am I going to? Cozy Cabin Games, I think. Yeah, because I had it selected. Discord. Emotes. We have this one. But now we're going to make it... Oh, did I have a static PNG version of this? Why didn't I just use that? Alright, we're going to add a static PNG of this into the Discord as well. Roles. No, not roles. We're going to go into emotes. Upload this. I would sure like to upload an emote. I would sure like to upload an emote, Discord. There's this whole idea of like the worsening of software quality over the years. And I just keep seeing it more and more. Oh, is that 4 or 1? I can't tell. Oh, come on, Firefox. Don't do this to me, Firefox. Discord and Firefox, why are you so bad? Oh my goodness. It's happening again. I can't even read chat. Let me... Okay, the file thing opened up. Yeah, it's a CRT. It's a real one. A bona fide real one. The Hearth. Cozy Cabin Games. Discord. Emotes. crtlove.png. Okay, did that get added? Server settings. Emojis. Nope. Do I risk it? I risked it. Sonic Battle? Yeah, Terrell recommended it to me. We tried playing it together, but it kind of glitched out weird on my machine. Thar is a 4. Okay. I'm assuming this is just not in the cards for us right now. I'll do this on my laptop or something. Oh, no. Okay, it's very pixely. Okay, so now we have a simple, free, a not animated version of CRT Love. Okay, guys. Hopefully you guys should be able to use this. If GitHub code word clones before deleting your files. Yep, I'm going to test that tonight before I go to sleep, I think. No, it just lives. It just exists. OSRS? I'm not sure what that is. My liege. This is exactly why. Okay. There's a. If you want to get like if you want to get like radicalized to get good at programming, there's like this Jonathan Blow talk about bad software and how like software is getting worse and worse. And like, let me see if I'll find it. There's a specific talk he did. And like, I started realizing, no, it's my channel though. It's explore mode. It's okay. That'd be funny if I popped up and related for Jonathan. When I was on Twitch a long time ago, he rated one of my streams. That was a highlight for me. That was a highlight for my my career. But that was before I even knew who he was, honestly. Like, I know he made Raid, but that was it. It's only this past like year or two when I've really got into that. But yeah, he's like talking about like how software is just getting worse and worse and worse, and the quality of it is worse. And like, I just, you start noticing. If you just start noticing every single part of your life where just software just glitches out and does like dumb, weird, bad stuff, especially in scenarios where it shouldn't, it's like, oh my goodness, it's so prevalent. Or slow and buggy, like Adobe stuff. That's the example he was using. There's other things like that. Like even the Teams app, dude. I use Teams for work. The simplest application, like not simplest, but for an entity like Microsoft, Teams is an application they're writing for their own machine and operating system that's running on there. And like, they can't even get it working right. Microsoft can't even get their own simple application working right. Like on desktop, it doesn't load things. And it loads some parts of DMs and it doesn't. That's a weird thing. Okay, we're not going to get into this. Okay, there's like so many applications that are common that just like behave bad. It's like, why? It didn't used to be like this always. I mean, not Teams, but specifically because it hasn't been around for a long time. But it's just, okay, we're not going to talk about this. Yeah, Teams is cursed, dude. Yeah, or extremely slow. Exactly, right? Because keep in mind, everything's a React Native app, and we have like 16 levels of abstractions, and oh my goodness. Using like a React plugins and using a React framework for React, which is the layer on top of JavaScript, or using TypeScript, which transpiled to JavaScript, and then, oh my goodness, that's a whole different. And then like if you do native, it's like, all right, and then this is gonna be running in a JavaScript runtime, and this is terrible, dude. It's terrible. I hate, dude. I hate electronic apps, dude. I shall take the fall and leave the Discord to be Lebrat. Lebrat? Who's Lebrat? What do you mean take the fall and leave Discord? What's happening? All right. We're not going to go further in this. Welcome, y'all. I guess this is not going to work, so I'm just going to do the thing for right now until I figure out this so everyone can actually have roles and be able to actually access the Discord. So we're just going to do this for right now. Scared me a bit. I tried to play this. What is going on here? Is he pushed on the game? Oh no, it's a screenshot. there's just a pipeline you can go through that's just gonna make you want to get better and actually respect your hardware and the code you write and try to make things that are actually somewhat high quality. I mean, there's like it's weird dimensions for quality too. 'Cause there's like performance, right? But there's also like managing application state and error stuff. And that's like the vector in which like people who are doing functional program kind of want to tackle it. Because if you tackle it in that way, you kind of mitigate a lot of the stateful information issues that come up. But the thing is, like, a lot of times, like, your applications are inherently stateful, and then you end up kind of implementing imperative programming. I don't know, it's a whole thing, dude. Kind of buggy. Oh yeah, 100% super buggy, dude. It's annoying. It's not working. You're using 2000. No, I'm talking about when I use my actual proper work machine with an actual normal thing. Anyways, guys, I'm going to hop off for tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for the company as always. And until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.